recorded.
Perfect. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Hopkinton School Board meeting for Thursday, August 20th, 2020. It is a few minutes past 5:30. We have a full board with us here tonight. We have Andrea Folsom, Norm Goupel, Seth A-Frame, and Rob Nato. And then we're joined by members of our leadership team, Steve Chamberlain, Rebecca Gagnon, Mandy Hibbard, Bill Carrozza, Amy Doyle, and Chris Kelly. I think I got everybody. Thanks for joining us, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we are meeting again this evening remotely, and we're able to do this because of the governor's declaration of a state of emergency due to the COVID pandemic and related emergency orders issued because of the pandemic. One of the governor's emergency orders allows for public bodies such as ours at the Hopkinton School Board to be able to conduct our public meetings virtually. So there is no physical location for our meeting this evening. That provision has been waived as part of the governor's emergency orders. But we are streaming this meeting over Zoom, and there's a call-in option for those who choose to use it. We will be taking public comments twice during this meeting, as we normally do. And so really the only changes are that there's no physical location. And if you've made it to Zoom, then you've made it to our virtual meeting. We will be doing minutes, and all other requirements of RSA 91A will be followed. And then the only other change that you'll notice is when we do vote, they're all roll call votes rather than a raise of hands or everybody saying aye. So I'll call in each board member individually for roll call votes, which takes a little bit longer. I apologize. All right, so with that, Steve, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
Yes, we do have a revised agenda. It's in the packet. We have a nomination of an instructional assistant at Harold Martin School, Caitlin Logier, tonight. That's the only addition.
Perfect, thank you. And any correspondence this evening?
There were a number of correspondence that have been placed in a meeting folder, including a New Hampshire School Boards Association, just update of different workshops.
Great, thank you. And then we did also have in the packet the minutes from our August 6th regular school board meeting. And so I would just ask if there's a motion to approve the minutes of that meeting.
I make that motion.
Second.
Perfect, thank you. Is there any discussion, edits, changes, deletions to the minutes? All right, seeing none. Andrea.
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm.
Norm Goupel, yes.
Rob.
Rob Nato, yes.
And Steph.
Seth A-Frame, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is yes. So those minutes are approved. So our next item on the agenda is public comment. And so I'm going to, if there's members of the public who are attending and wish to provide comment, if you move your cursor or your mouse down towards the bottom of your screen, you should see a raise your hand button that you can press, and then that will alert us that you have public comments. And then Mr. Chamberlain, through magic, will bring you over to whatever side of Zoom that we're on, and you can unmute yourself and provide comment. So with that, the first hand that was raised was Dennis Goddard. Dennis, thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you, Jim, for recognizing me. I appreciate it. I just wanted to request that the board give some consideration to the study that I had sent to you earlier today that was done through the Boston Medical Group and just published yesterday. The study was about the spread of COVID-19 in communities, and the Boston Medical Group's finding that contrary to many of the prior studies, this newer and more thorough study with more data concludes that children typically approximately age 10, standard deviation about 5 years, are in fact the primary source of transmission throughout communities. That children, while far more prevalently asymptomatic, certainly get the virus equally well or easier than adults and spread it much more readily than had previously been realized. And interestingly, that something on the order of 40% of children, even with mild or no symptoms, do suffer from cardiac damage, which is often not readily visible except with a CAT scan. In light of this, I would like to ask the board to strongly consider changing its plans based on new information, and to consider either not providing first through third in-person classes, or strongly recommending that parents that have the ability to keep their children home do so, both for the safety of their children, the parents, the teachers, and the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and appreciate you sending that along to us. I see at this point no other hands raised. And as I said at the onset, there are 2 opportunities on the agenda for public comment. So one here at the beginning and then one later on in the agenda. And so, no. So Jeremy Freitas, hold on one second, Jeremy. All right.
Yes, thank you for all the hard work you guys are putting into it. I know we have a lot of consideration here, but I would ask, I know that Bo had just announced their plans within the past week, and Bo is, as the last community member mentioned, giving families a little flexibility. You know, he's saying, hey, maybe some people can keep their kids home and some of us don't have the luxury. So I would ask that we consider a full open, you know, as a counterpoint. I know there's a lot of information out there. I appreciate you bringing forward the study, but I would also like us to consider that as a potential, albeit crazy, right, option that we actually go full back to school. So I thank you for considering that tonight.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your comments. Appreciate it. So not seeing any other hands raised, I am going to close the first public comment and then move on to the next agenda item, which are comments from the Hopkinton School Board. And so I would maybe, if you wish to provide comments this evening, you can unmute yourself and start. Norm's ready to go, I can tell.
I'll be quick. We have to discuss tonight. I just want to say very happy with the budget being passed this past Saturday. I want to thank everyone that came out to support our budget, and thank you to this board and to everyone that was out there advocating this budget, because it really was important for us to pass. So thank you to the volunteers and to this board for being there and helping you know, get people in and out. And it was a very good day. So thank you.
Thanks, Norm. Anybody else want to go next? For quiet tonight, that's also fine.
I would just say that the last 2 comments drive home the point to me that this situation that we face is not unique to us, as every district in the country is facing it, but it's almost impossible. One person says close, another person says completely open. There's this data, there's that data, and I would just ask the community to understand that there is no perfect solution here. I have yet to see it anywhere, and to give a little bit of, you know, wiggle room and breathing space to those who have worked hard on this, and a little deference to the time and effort that they put into it, because everyone has their own opinion and they all clash. And everyone is working in good faith and doing the best they can. And I read a lot of comments about this should have all been resolved earlier. And the reason it's not all resolved earlier is that it is incredibly complicated, and every solution you come up with leaves you feeling like, well, I don't really love that one. And that's a hard place to be. That's where we are. That's where everyone in the country is. And so as we get into this discussion to hopefully resolve it tonight, I hope everyone listening and participating keeps that in mind.
Thank you, Seth. Well said.
I'll go next. I'll be brief and kind of going off of this. I know it's been an anxiety-filled couple of weeks and or months for all of us. I think there's a lot of anticipatory anxiety that many of us are feeling as the approach of the school year gets closer and closer. And one thing that I would like to kind of offer up to the board, if people are okay with it, I would love to do just short little from the school board updates in the Scoop Skim and Hawk News, if fellow board members are all right with that. I think we've had 6 months now, so I think you know that I won't go off the rails. And just, I think it would be helpful for our community to get little updates from us every week, just as far as either what we talked about and or what we will be talking about. So it's not an action item, it's just an Andrea item that I'm willing to put out there.
I think it's a great idea. I don't know how others feel, but I think if others are willing to put it and include it, I think it would be great.
I would support that, Andrea.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and how we can communicate, to the community. I think it's through our district site, Facebook, whatever, the board deems appropriate. I'm all there to communicate to the community. We just started a little bit of a communication with the facilities project, which we're gonna, make a little more detailed down the road, but I think it's a great idea.
Great. All right. Well, guys I used to do it for the PTA, so now I'll just switch gears and do it for the school board. But I think it's really helpful for folks to get just little snippets and know how they can reach out to us. That's it.
Nice. Rob, anything this evening?
I'm ready for game time, Jim. I'll pass. Thanks.
I'll take Rob's. I'm ready for game time as well. So with that, our next chunk of the meeting is going to be spent on back to school planning, which is only appropriate. And so I think I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chamberlain to walk us through the presentation and staff reports. Thank you, Steve.
Sure. Just gonna get the. Trying to get the right screen shared. Do you see, what do you see?
See a beautiful rainbow.
Yeah, I don't like that. Try it again. How about now?
That looks like the right presentation.
You see an apple grade? Thank you.
It says back to school plan, so it might be the right one.
Yeah, we like that. So, no, and my appreciation is just a little bit of where we were and where we're going and all that fun stuff. So, 2 weeks ago, we presented a plan which I would say was about 25% in 4 through 12, 50% in AM, PM at Herald, believing that the everyday instructional literacy was important. Lots of feedback. We've had a couple of board meetings since, and the leadership team and the Back to School Task Force had discussions and really tried to push that up a little bit to a 50% type hybrid and more traditional. I think what you'd see in more typical plans that you'll see in the other schools. We were on the 25%, and the 50 was a little bit different. And my appreciation of the entire leadership team, but especially today to the building administration who worked together on trying to make sure we communicate accurately to the community about what a hybrid and remote option would look like. But it's been a lot of collaboration, a lot of work. And this is the next iteration. As Jim has talked about, this is the process going through on how we start with ideas and how we get feedback and how they continue to develop. And the guiding principles that we talked about are there: care, safety, what can we do in our schools, how we're going to staff this, and how nimble can we be, and how much we can pivot and all that. So again, Amy and Bill and Chris and Rebecca, thank you for your effort and collaboration. I'm going to turn it over to Bill, who's going to start with the hybrid model at Harold, and we'll just go through, and then Amy, and then Chris and Rebecca, and we'll fire up. How's that sound? Does that sound all right with you?
Okay, thank you, Steve. The board asked us to develop, the board and of course Steve asked us to develop a hybrid model. And so as everything we've done this summer, we've worked collaboratively with our own school teams and certainly within the leadership team as well. I want to thank all the people who, all the staff members who really donated their time this summer and continue to do that. I continue to talk to staff members every day about ideas and keeping things fresh. So talking about the hybrid model. Now, the nice thing about this model is it really is pretty similar from K to 6 and pretty consistent even with the high school. So this is our plan. So there's going to be 2 cohorts, 2 teams, and split by alphabet more or less, you know, and trying to keep families together, kids together, obviously. So team A, about half of our kids, would attend school in person Tuesday and Thursday. Team B, another 50% of our students, would attend Wednesday and Friday, and then Monday would be the rotating day. So every other week, Team A or Team B has that Monday is in person. So you have school either 3 days a week or 2 days a week. So for instance, on the very first, I'm going to step out and say on September 14th, assuming that's the first day, Team A will have that Monday. The following week, Team B will have that Monday, and so on throughout the year. And I see ourselves maybe coming up with a calendar for the whole year so that if people forget, you know, they could obviously deal with that. So, and then from K to 6 is also going to be a pretty robust remote program, which we'll talk about in the context of the schools. So next slide, Mr. Chamberlain. So at Harold Martin School, and again, very similar to Maple Street School, the nice thing of this program, and as many of you know, our original concept was going to be an AM PM half day program. And so we're thinking of it much in the same way, even though it's going to now be a whole day with a cohort of kids as opposed to a half day. But days are consistent the whole year, except for rotating Mondays. I would think families would appreciate that because they can plan their work and their daycare around days they know their kids are going to be in person, except again for that rotating Monday. At Harold, we'll still focus largely on literacy and numeracy. We know that that is the most important piece of what we do, along with social emotional learning at Harold Martin with primary kids. And so that'll continue to be a major goal throughout the whole school year, as it is normally, but I think even more so, especially given what students may have lost last spring academically. It's going to be minimal movement throughout the building as a safety feature. I guess it saves time too, but mainly as a safety feature. Specials primarily will be in the classroom. Lunch will be, as it stands now, in the classroom. Kids will go outside. We hope to do as much outdoor education as we can, depending on weather. Like for instance, I asked BPS, our construction company, a little bit of mix here with the construction project, but they put up fencing on the east side, what I call the dinosaur side of the building, so that when traffic goes down that road, for instance, kids will be separated so we can use that spot, really a place we haven't used a whole lot. The rest of our facility right now on the other side of the building is off limits. If you drive by, you'll notice that the whole main entrance area is fenced off. So we'll be using somewhat the playground, but also that east side of the building. Other safety features, this is going to be true in every building, but regular hand washing, maybe even more important for primary kids since they tend to be maybe a little messier. Regular cleaning of surfaces, obviously, during the course of the day. Obviously, we'll do a full clean overnight with custodians. Kids will be wearing masks during the day, as well as teachers. Teachers may also be able to wear shields, plastic shields, if they choose. And we're going to try to do one-way hallways, which is going to be interesting. I'll have some more to think about that and talk about that as time goes on, but we'll try one-way hallways. But of course, kids won't be traveling all that much either. And a big piece of what we want to do too is communicate. we've already communicated a plan that really isn't probably going to happen. I know that's frustrating for some parents. We'll do a handbook, we'll do some video, we'll do whatever we can to make kids and parents understand the new world, because it really is a reconfiguration of our educational system, much like last spring was as well. Okay, next slide, Mr. Chamberlain. So obviously there's days that I'm calling home days. I don't want to call them off days because they're not off. Those days will not be digital days. We don't have enough resources, enough Chromebooks to support in-person technology on the days the kids are in person, as well as home technology. Now, I know obviously a lot of parents, a lot of families do have technology at home, but we gave out a ton of Chromebooks last March and April to families, so we know that that's still a need, and so we can't do both. However, we will have some extension in practice from, the previous days in-person classroom work. The teachers will prepare that. It's homework in a sense. There'll be some practice activities in science and social studies, since the content areas of science and social studies won't be probably as strongly emphasized because of the need for literacy, numeracy. Some of that will be done at home. Is obviously practice math work, some independent reading and writing. I put the word potential on the slide for the next 2 points. A vision I would have, and I'd love to be able to do if we have the staffing for it, potential office hours. So I debate whether to even say this because I'm not sure I can make it happen, but if we can have an instructional assistant during the course of a day, be ready to answer questions from kids that may be home during their home days, that would be wonderful. So we'll look at that. Maybe even I could take some office hours. Not that I'm not going to be busy, but we'll see. We'll try to work that out. The other thing we know now, really new information, is that one-on-one intervention works pretty well for kids, for most kids. We did it this summer, for instance, with our Title I program. Our Title I kids had Mrs. Hall and Mrs. Cannon as reading teachers, and that one-on-one intervention worked pretty well. So if we can work our schedule a little bit so that some of those students that provide or get intervention in reading, math, even perhaps special ed, can get that on the home days without a lot of loss of instructional support. I'm not saying most remote learning at the primary grades works all that well, but I think some things do, and we're going to, I think, try to do some intervention during those home days as well. Okay, next slide. And the last piece, major piece here, and again, we know there's tons of questions that aren't answered and won't be answered even tonight, but in some things we have to still work out. But we will have a remote program of some sort as a really viable choice for parents. So if you want to not, homeschool, or if you choose the Hopkinton School District, we want to make sure that remote schooling is an option. So it'll be taught by a Harold Martin teacher, a teacher you probably know and love, a classroom teacher. We don't know who those people are quite yet. It's likely going to be multi-age, unless, we get a huge amount of requests for remote learning, but it'll probably be, we hope, no more than 2 grade levels for this particular remote teacher. Class size would be typical for Harold Martin, 20 or less. That would be certainly the goal. How is it going to be different from last spring? I think it'll be a lot more synchronous or live teaching. We hope to have like morning meeting and closing circle for the day, maybe totally synchronous, maybe the whole class together. That doesn't always work for primary kids, but we'll try. Probably a fair amount of small group instruction remotely, daily, if not every other day. We're talking about really doing some one-to-one assessment. We've done that with kids already. We did a little bit of that last spring in some classes. And of course, our reading teachers this summer did that. I think that might really work, one-on-one assessment. We'll collaborate with grade levels a lot. That remote teacher, who will probably be an experienced veteran teacher, because frankly, all of our teachers are pretty experienced now anyway, they'll have to meet with grade levels on a regular basis. Their PLCs, or grade levels, professional learning communities, to adhere to curriculum and pacing and that sort of thing, because we want the remote experience to be as robust as the in-person experience. I mean, there's going to be some differences, but we want to maintain the same basic curriculum level and pacing. It'll be interesting if it's more than 1 grade level, but I think we can manage that. A multi-age teaching can work very well, even remotely. Unified arts is going to be interesting. So art, music, phys ed, STEAM, it's going to be difficult to do that remotely, but it's going to depend on how many classes, this is complicated a little bit, how many actual classrooms are not going to be happening next year. So in other words, there's X amount of blocks that a specialist teacher can teach in a course of a day. If a couple teachers become remote teachers, we can take those spots, those spaces in the schedule, and move those to remote teaching. So again, there's so much up in the air. Perhaps the biggest thing up in the air is we don't even know how many remote kids there's going to be. So at some point, Mr. Chamberlain or one of us was going to say, I'm sure, that we'll be sending out the registration survey probably tomorrow to parents with a deadline of some sort. Once we get those numbers back, then we know how many remote kids we have. We know how we need to change perhaps our class lists for the in-person classes. And then we have to figure out which teachers are going to be the remote teachers. The last piece I have before we move on to Ms. Doyle is preschool. Preschool generally runs for 3-year-olds 2 days a week, 4-year-olds 3 days a week. Some special ed kids come more days, but even with that, they only come a half a day. So our feeling was that time-wise, we can keep preschool pretty much the same as it's always been. The question we don't have answered right now is masks. Our latest thinking was that they would wear masks coming into the building and leaving the building, but not necessarily our 3 or 4-year-olds wearing them during the day. We know the board is going to be grappling with a mask policy, so I think we'll leave that to be determined at this point. So that's my pitch. I think, Mr. Chamberlain, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Doyle to cover Maple Street.
Does that work? And then we'll do questions at the end. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I think that will work better. Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The Maple Street School hybrid model is very similar to what Bill just went over. Our cohorted students will be in the building for in-person instruction on the consistent days of Tuesday and Thursday, and then again Wednesday and Friday. The rotating Monday schedule will allow for that additional time with teachers and with classmates and learning communities. Our content, our instruction will focus on the core content areas. So we'll be looking at literacy, math. We will be doing science and social studies instruction at least at the 6th grade level. As you know, that is it's content specific in 6th grade. And then also our social emotional learning curriculum. Strategic movement throughout the building. You know, if you've been in Maple Street, you know that we have just one big Main Street hallway. So we've talked about the inability to really make that a one-way hallway, but strategic movement where we would have kids and classes traveling in a particular fashion, not all at once. Coming up with protocols of minimizing and sharing our materials and making sure that students have access to what they need within reach rather than in a shared area throughout a classroom. Of course, we're going to be looking to increase the time outside whenever possible. We try to do that already. There are a lot of teachers. PE is often held outside during the beginning of the school year and in the spring when the weather permits, but also looking to take science or some independent work time outside when we can. And implementing the universal safety precautions. We'll be wearing masks and engaged in physical distancing, but also really focusing on explicit instruction for personal care, hand washing, taking care of yourself, hand sanitizing, and things like that. Just to give you an idea of the number of people that would be in the building during these cohorts. On a Team A day, if I take the incoming 4th grade class has 84 students, so we would be looking to split that as evenly as we can. This is again just an example of what those days might look like because we do have, when we cohort the students, we'll be thinking about things like keeping families together, keeping students with similar needs together so that when they are in the building, we could maximize their intervention time. So when you look at this, just know that these are possible numbers that we would be looking to achieve. So again, 4th grade, we could split that 50-50 would be 42 students on Team A and Team B. Grade 5 would be an even split of 37 students. And then in grade 6, Team A or Team B would have 33 and 32 students. So on a Team A day, we would have about 112 students in the building, 111 students in the building on Team B. And just to also give you an idea again of the number of people, our faculty and staff on any given day runs close to 50 people. We do have some shared staff that work at Maple and Harold or Maple and the middle high school. Our speech provider is of course across the district, and we also have some folks that travel. But we have about 48 staff that could be at the building. So on any given day, we'd have around 160 people in the building. Now, these numbers are certainly subject to change as soon as we get the number of families that are electing the remote learning or the homeschool option. You know, those numbers would change based on those selections. Taking the theme from Bill about home days, I know that we allotted an extraordinary purchase of Chromebooks using some money from the reserve fund balance, and we're waiting for those to come in. But until they are in and Matt and his staff can get them ready for deployment, we will have to plan to have home days similar to what Bill talked about, that students would really be looking at application and practice of the skills that are taught during the in-person instruction, perhaps previewing material for upcoming lessons, constructing extended written responses, maybe to something that they've read or an experience that they had at school, independent reading and math fact practice, participating in STEM challenges, and there is also that potential for remote intervention and extension. When the Chromebooks are in and ready for student use, we could certainly kind of shift these home days to more digital learning opportunities, but until everyone would have what they need, you know, we would really need to stick with more paper pencil tasks or more independent work completion. And then finally, our remote program, as already has been mentioned, we would really be looking to offer a robust remote learning program for the students and for the families that opt for that. Again, it would most likely be a multi-age classroom with a Maple Street school teacher. I think it would be a little tricky for me to, you know, say that it would only be 2 grade levels, given that there are only 3 grade levels at Maple Street, and depending on, you know, the students that elect that. Hopefully we can have an even swap. You know, if we have 20 students with one teacher, that would be ideal, but we'll have to wait until those numbers come in for us to firm up what the remote learning would look like. We will be planning to offer unified arts to the remote learning population, and that of course would look similar to what we did in the spring, having some offerings for wellness and health, music and art, as well as computer literacy. I think this remote learning program would offer more synchronous and live instruction, as well as remote opportunities for authentic connections with classmates and community members, whether that is, you know, morning meeting and closing circle, or office hours with teachers, or, you know, setting up a Zoom meeting so that small groups can work together on a task at home. We are still committed to offering in-person assessment, even to those students that are learning remotely. We could set up, I think, a safe lab for them to be able to come into the building and complete their STAR and complete their AIMSweb. And certainly we could, you know, figure out a way to do that at home. I'm sure Matt can. He can do anything. But I'm sure that we would just still want to keep track of student progress so that when they return to us and in person in Maple Street, we still have a handle on what they might need.
Chris, Rebecca, you ready to take the baton?
Yes. Yep. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you to the board for listening to our presentations this evening. And again, I just want to thank our committee. I also want to thank the administrative building leadership team. Many conversations this week just to collaborate on just our schedules, what each building was going to look like, if this is something that we move forward with. So we really worked hard, I think, the 3 building principals, all 4 of us, including Rebecca, to really try to align our schedules to taking in consideration that we have families that may have children in all 3 buildings. So I just want to bring that to light, because that was something that was really at the core of our discussions this week as we were really looking at this. At the building level in our committee, these are just some of the considerations that were brought up throughout all of our discussions. The social emotional, as you've heard in the previous presentations, is something that is right in the forefront for us. Connections with our teachers, connections with our students' peers is extremely important. And we were reminded of that yesterday. Rebecca and I had a great opportunity to speak with one of our students, Sarah Larson's, just to hear some ideas from her and just from a student's perspective about returning to school. And it just drove home the importance of the peer piece, the importance of our students feeling connected with their teachers, and being able to build those trusting relationships in the classroom or just in the school environment. So that was just a great conversation we had with her. As I mentioned in a previous board meeting, our school counseling department is working hard to think about the start of school and working with our students. Jeff Daly has been working hard to stay on top of that. I had a discussion with him yesterday about how do we continue with the social emotional piece and making those connections. If you remember from last spring, our school counseling department held weekly meetings with different classes just to check in with students. And depending on the class, depending on the week, you know, there were anywhere from 20 to 40 students that would check in with their school counselors. So, and also depending on the topics that they were looking at discussing. So we're looking to continue that, start that up at the beginning of the school year, regardless of what model we move forward with. Anything we can do to continue to build those relationships with our school counseling department, I believe is going to be important. And Beth Stern, our middle school counselor, she started some of these meetings with our 7th grade parents and students already this summer. So we've already kind of started building those connections even at the middle school level. Remember, I talked about the Appointlet app that we will implement to allow students to schedule appointments with their school counselors, even outside of school hours. So we're looking to see how well that works. I think it will work really well. And the last piece is the clubs and activities. Rebecca and I had with our conversation with Sarah yesterday. Rebecca spoke about the importance of, you know, how do we do some different things, different clubs or activities for students, maybe some intramural kind of sports. She brought up cornhole, which I was really excited about. It's something I enjoy doing. So maybe I'll start a cornhole group if we can manage the social distancing outside and doing some different things there. But again, just talking about some different ideas, how can we bring our students together so that they can continue to have some different interactions just outside the school setting that maybe they haven't been able to have over the summer. Also equally important to the social emotional is the curriculum piece that we continue to talk about. Instructional time, as you remember from the spring, we had about 120 minutes of instructional time in the remote piece last spring, which was a drastic decrease in instructional time, you know, from when we were in person, in full. So obviously the amount of instructional time also has an impact on the rigor. And then we are also talking about if we do something in person, you know, that's really going to have an impact on doing in-person assessments, lab opportunities as well for our students who are very science oriented. And then making sure that we continue to build capacity within our building, given the state guidelines that we know that we've talked about in these meetings. And then another important piece that we were talking about when we looked at the schedule is making sure that we were able to develop a schedule that allowed us to transition to full remote in the event that we needed to. We know that transitions for some of our students are difficult and not always easy. It's not easy for every student. So if and when we have to go full remote, if we come back in person, it's just something we kept in mind. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is the schedule that we were working with. It's very similar to what you've seen presented already by Bill and Amy, with a team A and a team B. And you can see what days they would meet. Monday would be a skinny day schedule. And in the next slide, when we get to it, you'll see what that would look like. But this would be our in-person week at a 50% capacity model with our 2 teams. 8 periods a day on Monday. These would be 40-minute blocks of time, but this would be remote. So I talked with Matt Stone. We talked about how many laptops we lent out last spring. I think we have the capacity to do that again and do a remote day on Monday. That would allow for our teachers to introduce new content, maybe potentially run some online formative assessments that would allow them just to check for understanding prior to going into the next unit or next lesson. And just to be sure where our students were, because that's going to be important. I think as we go into our PD weeks here, as I mentioned to Steve, having those important conversations amongst grade levels to see where where teachers left off at the end of last year, so we can try to pick that back up and continue that curriculum moving forward. Tuesday through Friday, in person, 4 blocks a day at 8 minutes apiece. So this is very similar to what we would normally do in a normal time of in-person instruction, but again, 50% attendance. And then when a team was not in person, that would be more asynchronous learning. You heard Bill talk about, some work for our students to continue to practice skills. It may be reading, it may be homework, it may be preparation for the next time that they would be in person. It may be students doing some labs at home. I think I had mentioned how Stein Brand is looking at how we can use some household products to do some labs at home. So I would imagine that as our teachers continue to plan and think about those days that they don't see those students in their classes, what they could be doing at home. So this works out to be, again, 120 minutes worth of instructional time. The downfall to this, and I just want to, because I want to be transparent, is if you really look at this and you think about this for a minute, the teachers that are teaching their day 1 classes to Team A, they're not going to see them again till the following Tuesday. That's a lot of time that goes by, because Team A, when they come back in on Thursday, they're going to go to their day 2 classes. So I just want to bring that to light, that yes, we can develop a schedule and implement a schedule where our students will be in person working with their teachers, which I think is a great thing to have, continue to build those relationships and to help empower our students in their learning. However, it's not that much contact time with their teachers as we would be in a normal school setting. So I just want to bring that to the attention of the board. So yes, we can do something in person, but the contact time with teachers may not be as frequent as some people would think if we were to do something in person. If we can go to the next slide. So this is the skinny day remote schedule and what that would look like. You will see that from one period to the next, there is a 10-minute break in there. It was just too much to kind of fit in there. Rebecca and I are just thinking about, there may be some flow time here where we have to offer the mask breaks, or if there is a class that, they just need a break to move from one class to the next in their Google Meets or their Zoom meetings, or a student needs to just get a drink. But this would be that remote skinny day schedule throughout the day. You also notice that it doesn't go in order. So day 1, block 1, then we move to day 2, block 1. Not ideal for some students. Some students want to go day 1, block 1, 2, 3, and 4. So why did we do it this way? We also have CRTC students who go to Concord. So this would allow them to, it kind of takes the burden off them a little bit and not missing important class time, because these would be the normal blocks of time that they would normally miss to attend some of their CRTC classes in Concord. And in talking with guidance today, we have a large number of students who take advantage of that program. We have 20 juniors and 1 student who is waitlisted for the CRTC programs, and we have 11 seniors and 2 students waitlisted. We're just waiting to hear from Steve Rothenberg if any of our waitlisted students have been accepted. So we have a large number of students. We have 31 high school students that are attending any one of the 8 to 9 programs that they have at Concord High School. So I think that's just a wonderful thing. So you heard earlier, I think I don't know if it was Bill or Amy talking about lunch. Rebecca and I walked the building today, taking a look at both the mini calf, the regular calf, and we actually set up the calf to figure out our social distancing guidelines, how many students we could put in each one of those 2 spaces, and it's not much. We can only fit 30 students in the main calf, following a 6-foot separation. In the small calf or the mini calf, we can fit 15 students. So that's 45 students. And we may have to look at going to 4 lunches being in person. So we're going to have to do, that's why I didn't show the 80-minute block schedule, because there's different variations of that, and we still have to kind of iron that out a bit. We have folding tables that we could set up in the gym and put 2 students at each table like we do in the main calf. And we could potentially put 60 students between the gym, the mini calf, and the large calf to adhere to the social distancing guidelines and to allow them to get out of the classroom and eat lunch. So we're still working on that piece. It's a little bit of a wrinkle that we're still working on. I don't have the exact answer of how that will work. In the mini calf, I failed to mention that what we're going to try and do there is, I spoke with Noah Thompson today. The trapezoid tables that will not be used in classrooms, we will pull out, and we use trapezoid tables in the mini calf to set up. I think we said I think we could fit 5 rows, 3 students in each row to get to the 15 there. So still working on exactly what that lunch schedule will look like. But I have a lot of faith in Rebecca. I don't know how she sees some of these schedules sometimes. She does a great job with that. If we go to the next slide, this is our breakdown by grade. Again, this is loosely alphabetical. It was just something that Michelle Fisher put together for us today, our registrar in the guidance office. So that shows you the total for each grade on a Team A day, a Team B day, the total amount in the school of students, and then I just split it up there by middle and high. So it's pretty close, within 1 student or exactly the same number of students in each grade. Some of you may realize or recognize that grade 8 on a Team A is 38, but then it says 36 for the Team B, and some may ask, why isn't that 37? Well, that's because of when we did it alphabetically, in grade 8 and in grade 10, the last name in the alphabet, we have siblings. So we had to move one over again just to try to keep families together. So we're doing as much as we can to take a close look at that as we move this forward. Now, what we're also trying to keep an eye on is the number of withdrawals that we're that we're keeping track of. So we have possibly, I think it's 11 students right now that could be withdrawing from our school. 2 of those 11 are definites. We have 9 other students. We're just waiting for them to submit their completed withdrawal paperwork. And then we're also waiting for completed registrations from about 5 to 6 students. So we may lose, we have the potential of losing up to 11 students to another school or to another learning platform. But we may gain 5 to 6. Now that may still grow between now and September 14th. But that just gives you an idea of what we're looking at for withdrawals and potential new students coming into our building. So, these numbers may also change. You heard Bill talk about the survey. We may find out that there's more, that number of 11 may be higher dependent upon how many students, dependent on the survey results. So that's my presentation for the middle high school. And I know we have one more slide on next steps. So Steve, I don't know if you want to talk about the survey and registration piece, but that will be going out, as Bill talked about, tomorrow. We'll look at the data that we collect from that to continue our planning and then reevaluate our model based on that data and the circumstances that are available to us. Steve, Bill, Amy, I don't know if there's anything that you want to add to the next steps piece.
Chris, did you want to talk a little bit about the remote program at the secondary level?
Sure, thanks, Steve. So when the students, we know we're going to have some students that are going to choose a full remote program, so, but we don't know exactly how many. Those students who are going to stay home and do a remote program, we will ask those teachers for those classes that they're in to have their laptop set up similar to a Google Meet so that they can see the instruction by the teacher and participate in the class that way. It's a little different than the elementaries because in the high school level, we don't have one teacher teaching multiple subjects. It's one teacher teaching a subject. So a student could have 4 different teachers in one day in our school. So it's going to be case by case dependent and schedule dependent upon whether or not a student or how many students we have choosing remote.
The hope is, we talked about at the last board meeting sending a registration or a heavy survey out. And what we want to do is we wanted to make sure that we could communicate what the program looked like so parents could make an informed choice. So hopefully that's tonight, and that the board has enough here that said, okay, this is what a 50% program looks like, so we can start filling in the blanks. And because we need to know how many students, how many staff, and that lets us drill down and really create class lists and structure. And I think, and we wanted to make sure we can, the parents and guardians and the families had enough information they could make a choice with the knowledge of the program that they're selecting. Because that was our feeling of why tomorrow, if the board understands this and wants to keep going, then we would like to start filling in the blanks. You know, the questionnaire is who's riding the bus. You know, who needs support at the elementary schools for the home days. If they, you know, we want to work with our some local agencies to support that, things like that. So it's filling in the blanks is the next stage.
Steve, do you want to do the next piece on the decision making and then sort of do a question and answer from the board at that point, or do you want to stop here for the questions and answer?
I serve at the pleasure, whatever you would like.
Well, why don't we do the next piece? I think it ties into sort of how we're thinking about you know, the hybrid model and what could change, and that might be a good stopping point before we get into the sports and have a conversation.
Sure. Can you see that? Is that the?
Yep.
I want to make sure. Just a couple of things. We're trying to provide as much data and try analysis and taking a look at. So we worked with a lot of other districts and tried to really revise it and take a look at in our world. So what this is a draft of is a decision-making matrix on when would we move from really we're at 50-50. We can go full in as was suggested tonight, or full remote as was suggested tonight, and where we are. So there's four, and this comes from Harvard Global Health. We're also looking at the DHHS dashboard, and so there's really one area is if one or fewer, we're looking at that, we're calling that on track for containment. We're in pretty good shape. That's the green piece. Then a little, if it's 2 to 9, we're looking at that's community spread. So what happens if we're and we're looking at the county level, trying to get those 100,000 cases. That's the number that we're tracking. And then what if we get in Merrimack County 10 to 24 cases? We'll call that accelerated spread. And what if we get to red, which is 25 cases? So depending on the condition, we will react depending on our school positivity rate or things like that. So for example, if we're like right now, or based on August 18th, the data that I took off of Harvard Global Health, we're at 0.8 of the cases per 100,000. That's our case per 100,000. So we would be on track for containment. So if we, you know, say September 17th, we have a student or an employee in one building who tested positive, well, we would either close the classroom, depending on how well cohorted, or we would close the school for a day, deep clean, because we know it's not a massively spread. If it was like 2 to 9, then we definitely close the school and not look at the cohort. And then if it was 10 or 12, we'd look at 2 days. And if it was a tipping point, we'd move it for 3. And that gives us more time to analyze. So this is a process in which we can use our county data to move from either up or down. So a couple other things that we've talked about is the instantaneous call. And this is one of the things that Matt and I and the leadership is talking about this. Until we get the shipment of Chromebooks, we won't have the ability to utilize technology in school and at home. And so we don't, on September 14th, if we plan on using technology in our school on September 14th, we can't pivot to it at home. We don't have the dual capacity yet. And that's our hope, was that if we were able to pivot quickly, then we could adjust. But a couple of things that are unique or concerns, I guess, that we're acknowledging, I think, a little bit up front than other districts. We've talked a lot at the task force, spent a lot of time with our nurses. And I appreciate, I think we will be able to get some more subs to this, but if we can't get a sub nurse, then we would close that school for that day. And eventually, if that's something like that happened, we'd switch to remote. because we really think in this, under the current conditions, the leadership and expertise of a nurse is critical for the safe operations of a school. The other piece is, and we've spent a lot of time, Norm had some, I think some community reach out to him about air quality. I listened to NHPR on the way home tonight about air quality. Air quality is a concern. We are working with our HVAC vendor. We have maxed out how much we can bring in from outside. We have increased our filters to MERV 13. We have assured that right now our HVAC, our system is running. But in full transparency, it isn't always like that. Sometimes we have had HVAC systems go down for the day. And so depending on if I got notice in the morning that we didn't have proper air circulation, the risk, we've always talked about the risk factor in school with, Amy talked about a couple hundred, Chris talked about a few hundred people. Now in a whole school without the proper circulation, I think that warrants taking a look at no school that day. And the other piece, I think this is, Rob, one of the things that you talked about. Rob has lots of experience in the high school with those rooms. So we're going to operate in our classrooms without the typical traditional fans. It's contraindicated to use the same fans. That doesn't mean we can't have fans. The fans would be exhaust fans that we put in windows, and we're going to do our best to obtain the ones that fit and that helps the circulation. But it is different. In certain times of the year, fans have helped students be more comfortable and be ready to learn. But without the fans, and we did look at AC, and AC is also contraindicated for this. So if we do have a day of certain percentage of humidity, 90, it is reasonable to think that it is not a safe day for people. And so there's some instantaneous concerns that it's going to be like a snow day, where I might get a notice in the morning, get an all call out and say, due to factors, we're going to close Herald today. And so those are some instantaneous pieces, and then we have more global. And the hope was actually starting now we have a meeting next week, and I hope we do have a meeting just to keep moving. Then I'll make a report where we are based on the Harvard Global Health, what our percentage is, and start monitoring our risk, our green, yellow, orange, if you will, red, and report to the board. And also, if we do get multiple weeks that we really are, because nobody really knows what's going to happen when all these kids come together for a number of weeks. I mean, we don't really know. But after 3-4 weeks of we're working with our masks, we're working on social distancing, we're doing our hybrid if the board chooses that way. And over 4 weeks, we're still at a really good green level that people are more comfortable. We've got this down, then the board can start looking at, do we want to increase the number of students in our schools? Do we want to go to a 75% model? Do we want to go to a 100% model? Or conversely, if all of a sudden we're in and then we've got 5, the county's going up, we're now at 2 to 9, and we've got 5 pieces, then I'd say, look, we got to move to remote for 14 days. And try to use this as a guideline with, as Bill talked about, heavy communication and understanding where we are. Because safety has to be the forefront of what we're doing. And to look you all in the eye as your superintendent, we just really can't operate safely without a nurse, that expertise right now. We can't operate if our HVAC's not working. We can't operate if we have 5 kids or employees in the building and we're in community spread. We probably need to shut down, give it the 2-week quarantine, everybody, and then see if we can come back. This is patterned after a number of districts. It brings a little bit of stuff from others, but this is hopefully a framework that we can at least have the same language and the same basis as we look to move from what the principals just talked about, which is a 50%, or do we go to 100% or 100% out? And I certainly, everything I brought to the Hopkinton School Board gets better. So your feedback on this is absolutely appreciated. And Jim, I appreciate you and I talking through this, and Andrea today for a little while. So thank you both. And that's where we're at about a transition decision-making matrix.
Thank you, Steve. This is really good. I really appreciate it. I know it's not easy to put these things together, so this is pretty well done. So I guess at this point, for the board, I guess it's a good time for questions, and it's either questions for Steve or building level questions as was presented. And I'm trying to see everybody's faces, so it's hard to see who wants to ask a question. Oh, thank you, Steve. That's helpful.
Sorry.
But I guess I would just ask, either Rob has his hand up, so he's going to get first dibs because he raised the hand.
Playing by the rules.
Playing by the rules. That's probably a good place to start, but we can jump in as we feel free. So Rob, go for it.
I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to trade off with folks. So I guess my first question is for Bill and Amy, because I think it's a similar scenario. You talked about sort of a reduction, I wouldn't say in curriculum, but focus, essentially subject-wise. It's not going to be the range of subjects that we would typically have access to if we were in person in a regular year. So I guess my balancing question is, if we were remote, does our school day look like a regular school day in terms of the curriculum that students have access to? And if that is the case, then where's the tipping point saying the social emotional being in school offsets what we typically provide for education?
Want me to start, Aim? I've thought about that question quite a bit. I think the decision, if I could be a parent of a kid for a bit, it really depends on the child, his or herself. In a remote situation, is there going to be more minutes of instruction? Not more maybe synchronous minutes of instruction, but you think about it, it could be potentially a full day of instruction with a remote setting. I think the difference would be what the parents have to think about is the nice thing is we had an experiment last spring. How much of a hindrance was remote learning for my child? If it was enough of a hindrance that simply being in person, even every other day, would make a difference, then I think the in-person option is the good one. And I can only guess it's 15 or 20% of my kids, but if remote learning was just wonderful, that the child was self-directed, independent, maybe the parent had time to do some extensions, especially in the content areas, a little bit of homeschooling sort of thing, then remote learning might be a better option. I don't know if that's answering your question, Rob, but I've thought about the difference a lot, and I think
you answered a different question, but that's okay. Let me reframe it. I think you answered the question, and it's a good one from a parent trying to decide. But
Right.
My question was sort of as an educator and as a school board member, if we're going to choose either a hybrid model or a full remote model, in terms of our due diligence of giving kids the greatest opportunity to have access to education, are we shortening that leash a bit or quite a bit if we go hybrid in terms of their contact time with teachers and in terms of the amount of instruction that we can deliver?
Okay. Yeah, I think the difference there is the age of the kids. I think at the primary level, the primary thing you're really teaching, the big three: social emotional learning, which is true, P12, literacy and numeracy. I don't think an average kindergarten or first grade child is going to learn how to read and write and how to do math in a basic way very well in a remote setting. I think that's one thing we found. I think a little bit of common sense would say that. So I think, Amy's answer might be a little different, because we even saw by second, third grade, kids are already, the old line, they're reading to learn as opposed to learning to read. The learning to read piece, or you could say learning to be a mathematician, is just much harder remotely. So I think the value added for a hybrid in person, even though it's 50%, I think is greater at the primary level, precisely because they need that instruction that really is very difficult to facilitate remotely.
Can I ask a follow-up question that's directly related to that? So the first plan was to have every kid in every day for some of the day. And I understand there are logistical problems and parental care problems, but I thought the strength of that was the idea that if you're teaching a child to read, that every day seeing that child and engaging in that process is important. And now we're walking back from that a little bit. And so how do you see that? Do you see that as a major detriment? Would we be doing better on your original hybrid idea?
Everything is risk reward, and it's positive, negative. It's kind of whack-a-mole a little bit. I think that the first option was probably much better in terms of literacy and numeracy, consistency every day, less time per day. But I think, there's obviously other issues, whether it's district-wide collaboration, whether it's daycare. And, some would say I think there may have been some health issues with some parents and maybe even staff too, that you're seeing every child every day, is at a greater risk than seeing half the kids all day. So that's a factor. A lot of this is we really just don't know. So a lot of it's conjecture. I think, I think in terms of pure literacy, numeracy instruction, are we losing something? Yes. Is it huge? Probably not huge. I think it's going to depend in part on how well we can use the off days and use intervention for the kids who are really struggling with literacy and numeracy. Again, on the home days, use those days positively. But yeah, there's a little price to pay, I would say, sure.
And I would say at Maple Street, the learners are a little older, so 4th, 5th, and 6th graders can be more independent. Like Bill, I've thought a lot about, what would instruction look like in a remote model versus a hybrid model. I've never lived through a global pandemic before, as none of you have. So, and I've been in education a long time. I was a classroom teacher, a special ed teacher, taught in a classroom, on a team, in a pod. So I've done lots of different iterations of instruction. So for me, the remote learning was a consistent, dependable delivery of instruction to students and their families that they could depend on. The hybrid model does bring in some other elements that it's just really hard to anticipate. I think school will just look very different. I'm sure that many of you have seen some of the videos of what a lunchroom would look like with kids not sitting together, what a classroom will look like. Kids are all spread out. That just isn't really typical. What's really happening when kids come to school, there is the core instruction, but there's also the incidental learning that goes into working together in a team, being able to share an experience, being able to work together to do a construction or complete a lab, being able to replicate that in a physically distant way, I think is a challenge, but I think there are some really encouraging ways to do that remotely, whether it's through video or whether it's through an online presentation, and being able to do some of that at home. The other thing that I've continued to think about are those kids as they've gotten older, is that we offer a really robust music program at Maple Street. And, I know that it's not a core content of reading and math and writing, but there are kids that, music is their thing, and not being able to be in band and not being able to be in chorus or having that look different it's just really hard to imagine. And I think it's hard to quantify in your question, Rob, which is a good one. And I wish that I could answer, more specifically, because when those students are in for their in-person instruction, we are going to try to address literacy and math, because if they don't have those things really formalized in these earlier ages, when they get to Chris and Rebecca, it's just going to be that much more challenging. But there are kids who come to school, and their passion is science, and they're, looking at the schedule on the wall, and they're wondering, oh, science is coming at noon, I can't wait. Or, there are kids that really are into social studies. And so when they're talking about the American Revolution in 5th grade, and, we're not going to be able to do things because reading and writing and math is going to take precedent. And I understand, that is important. But I think that Bill alluded to this. It really does depend on the student. That we know that there are kids that that'll do VLAX all day. That they're good at remote learning. They understand. I have 2 children. They're all very different. My son would never do a VLAX class. My daughter, she just watches artists online, and she's like, oh, let me just go make this. She just is much more in tune with that kind of delivery of instruction. But I do think that the consistency part is what I struggle with. When Steve just went through that model, that's going to be a day-by-day thing. And at any moment, not being able to provide consistent, dependable instruction to kids is, that is a hard thing, at least for me, to go through. Did I answer your question, Rob?
Yeah, thanks. And Chris, you want to talk? I mean, I've got a little view of seeing class once a week at the middle high school and what that would be like, but what do you think up in your building in terms of that same question?
Well, I think anytime we limit the amount of instructional time, things are going to, things are going to suffer. It's going to slow down. The amount of curriculum that we're able to deliver is going to slow down. In person allows for, that in our building we have more specified courses like our Algebra 1A course, that was specifically built to help those students who had some variables in their learning for math. I worry about those students, and Mandy recently gave all of us, I don't know if she did with Bill and Amy, but I know that she had sent, a list of names of students who may need to be in the building more than that one time a week, but that need to be in the building 3-4 days a week, because they're going to need that one-to-one time with a special education teacher or another teacher. So I struggle with the model that I presented tonight. If we were full remote, could we do a day 1, day 2 schedule with our 80-minute? Yeah, we could do that. But as Amy alluded to, that will work for some students, but not for all. I don't know what the right compromise is. I'm just being honest here. I don't know that, this model will serve the needs of some, but not for all. And if we were fully remote, that will serve the needs for some, but not for all. So I struggle with it. Scott Zippy in our meetings brought up an important point to go the other way. So I gave an example of students who have particular needs, but for an AP student who is really striving to grow and push their limits as a learner, that AP curriculum is not going to be the same. You know that, Rob, right? I mean, you've taught AP curriculum. How do you teach an AP curriculum with this model at the same level of rigor and prepare them for an AP exam in May? If they're only going to have 120 minutes of instruction, that's a tough question to answer. I don't, Scott couldn't answer that right honestly, but that's a concern for him as someone who teaches AP stats.
I would think that the ability, speaking for myself, in my experience, would be students oftentimes need, not oftentimes, generally almost always need that material to be reinforced the next day. You spiral back, you go back over that material, you build on it, you reintroduce, you spiral back. And seeing them once a week, you're going to have kids that are lost in the weeds pretty quickly. And if you're going to add new material, going to be very,
and that's why I wanted to make sure that when I presented that slide that had the weekly schedule on it, that I brought that to everyone's attention, because
I appreciate that.
We were acknowledging that in our discussions in our meetings. So it's a give and a take. I mean, I understand there are members of the community that want their students back. I get that. I have a daughter going into Concord High, full remote, 90 minutes a day for every block, and I have my thoughts on that too. So it's a struggle. I mean, I'm a parent too. I get it. But the board's charging us to put together a hybrid schedule. I think our school design committee worked very collaboratively to put this together. And there was a lot of talk. There was not a lot of support for the 8-period day, because it's not really 40 minutes. By the time they get in, it's going to be 30 minutes. I get that. And they had talked about just office hours in the morning and offering clubs and activities in the afternoon and planning in the afternoon, so that's something else we could discuss. But if I take that away, then I'm only 80 minutes a week. I'm not 120. So again, that's a struggle, I think, for a building administrator, is taking that information in, but what's the best choice of not a great situation.
I have a question on this. So you talked about Chris, you talked about that the remote program, the hope would be that teachers would broadcast out the class to the student at home. Is that right?
Correct.
What prevents us technologically from doing that for all the students who are home? So you have your regular schedule, half of you are at school seeing it, and half of you are taking the same class home, but in a technological way. What prevents us from doing that?
I'm not sure there's much, Seth, that would prevent us from doing that. All of our staff, they have laptops. That's how they did their remote instruction in the spring. so they could have a laptop open in front of them, teach to half the class in person, have the other half online remotely through a Google Meet or Zoom Meet. The concern that came up in our meetings, because we did discuss this model, I talked about it with the group when we were looking at different hybrid approaches initially. It was the management piece of that. How do we manage that? How do we make sure that we're acknowledging the questions that someone may have if they're online? So we talked about, it was Rebecca that first addressed that with, a moderator in the classroom. Maybe it's a student. Maybe it's an instructional assistant who's watching the screen like we see in front of us now to say, okay, Seth Ephraim just raised his hand. He has a question, and then goes to Mrs. Sintros and says, and just lets her know that this student has a question. So personally, me as an educator, I think it can be done, but I also I want to acknowledge that it would be a learning curve, I think, for some of our teachers. There are some teachers that are very comfortable with technology, and there are some teachers that are not yet. They may be comfortable, but just at a different level. So it would be a learning curve. Can we try it? I think we could try it. And as we did in the spring, every 2 weeks, we assess, do we need to change something? We do that. And address it as we go. If we do that, that adds back an additional 80 minutes, because then we can go a traditional day 1 schedule, day 2 schedule, day 1 schedule, day 2 schedule, Tuesday through Friday.
And that was going to be my comment, was that it sort of addresses, the conversation that you were having with Rob around, wanting to see the student more often so they're not backtracking, and that type of learning format would at least allow for not so much of a loss of curriculum or learning over those days.
It just wouldn't be in person, because I think
that's right.
What Seth was asking about was fully remote, right? If I understood correctly.
Well, I guess what I'm asking about is half the students are there on a day 1.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Sorry. I remote in the last part of that. Yeah.
Yeah. What you explained is what I was asking, as I understood your answer, which would create a regular schedule with half of the bodies in the room and half of the bodies remotely in the room.
It seems like that way, because I noticed in your previous one, it looks like teachers are teaching the same thing 2 days in a row and then teaching the same thing 2 days in a row. And if they were able to do it synchronously, they wouldn't have to reteach each lesson twice.
We did discuss that as well, and that came up when I spoke to them about what we're speaking about here, that when the other half was not in person, they would be logging on in a Zoom meeting, Google Meet, to hear the instruction, so that they wouldn't have to teach the same lesson twice, and we could have a little bit more of a continuity of curriculum and assessment, right? I mean, if we implement this model and they're in person once a week, my concern around the assessment piece is that, well, if I give my team A class an assessment on Tuesday, the other half of the class is going to come in on Thursday. Now the teachers, because Rob knows this, we've talked about test security a lot in our building, and we even talked about it in the spring. Now they're having to develop multiple assessments, for test security.
Plus, with such limited class time, if we're spending our time testing and wasting the class time, we're really doing nothing, it seems to me.
Right. We would lose class time if you want to do in-person assessment in that model I showed you today.
Rebecca, you want to get in on this conversation?
I just want to add one caveat, because our committee has spiraled on this topic a lot. The one caveat, if we were to go day 1, day 2, day 1, day 2, we just break from the elementary schools then, which can be fine. I just want to make sure people understand that, because we would not be going team A, team B, team A, team B. We'd be going team A, team B, or team day 1, day 2, day 1, day 2. I'm sorry, that's really confusing. But if you followed me at all, it would just break. We would just be separate.
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
No, I got you.
Okay, thanks.
So this as a follow-up, maybe for Chris or Rebecca. Well, at least I heard Chris say, so one of the obstacles to implementing this is sort of the technology and the teacher and their comfort level in implementing. So it's more of a question like, what do we need to do, or what does the district need to do to help teachers get to that level? Is there training? Like how do we help teachers get there, because it feels, at least I'm only speaking for myself, but that feels like a good model to strive for. And I'm just curious, like I understand people's comfort with technologies, but what will it take to actually get to a comfort level to do that? Because that feels important to know, maybe the plan for.
And I missed where that conversation went because my internet dropped. So but I'm back. So I missed where we were leading up to this.
I'll jump in for a second then, Chris. He was asking, how do we help our teachers get to the point where they're more comfortable with the in-person and out-of-person simultaneous teaching opportunities? And I think a big piece of it is we look to our colleagues at the college level. Many colleges have moved to a high flex hybrid kind of a model where that's happening. So anticipating that might be where you go. We've done some initial reach out to just try to see if we can pigtail or on some of the professional development type teaching that they've done for their staff, so that we can maybe try to support our staff with the same.
This is a not so subtle enjoinder to that. So if we were to start fully remote and having teachers teaching remotely from their classrooms, they could build on some time where we could transition to a hybrid a couple of weeks after we're in, where we've got more protocols in place, they're comfortable with it, we understand the building better. Would that help? Sorry.
To start full remote, I think that's a loaded question. I don't.
It is a loaded question.
Yeah.
Not fair. Totally not fair.
No. I mean, but these are the honest conversations I think we were having in our own building level committee. These are the honest conversations Rebecca and I have had. The first thing that comes to mind is the social emotional piece for me, to be honest with you, Rob. I think kids are really hoping, and I'm going back to our conversation with Sarah yesterday, really just struck home with me about that connection with our, and that's a tribute. I mean, I think that's a tribute to our staff, K-12, that our kids want to work with our teachers. That is a huge feather in our cap, and I was just reminded of that yesterday. Not that I forgot it, but I mean, just hearing that from a student is just so powerful. And that if we go full remote, I worry about those students who are really hoping that we come forward with some type of in-person piece, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I wasn't suggesting to stay full remote. I was suggesting to start full remote. But Chris, I had the exact, well, I didn't have the conversation. The student had the conversation with me on Monday or Tuesday night when I asked her about what she would like to see. And the point that really resonated was needing to come back to connect with teachers so that they could get motivated for the school year. And that if you had to go remote, we're not starting in a closet, we're starting together, and then we're going back and doing, and that's, that's been at the forefront of my mind here the last few days. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Would it increase some instructional time in the beginning? Potentially, maybe to set a stronger base, if you will, to start the year, as you said, to get excited about what the content is. But we also know that we've had some communication with families through our school counselors, that students are saying, if I'm not back in person, I'm not doing anything. I need to go back in that building. And there are some students that are afraid to come back, we know. And if we have to do remote with our own teachers, they're not going to do it. They're going to do VLAX. So, there are some people that are just in much different camps.
Right.
I just want to throw my thought out there that I do encourage that our students being able to see their teacher more than once a week. And what we're talking about, having team A be with team B remote and everything. I think that's very important that, they don't have a lapse of 1 week. So I just want to say I do like that idea, and how it's managed in the classroom. I strongly believe that we can figure out, have a student volunteer or something, develop that relationship or whatever that deems appropriate. But I do think it's something to look at, to have more interaction with the teachers.
Well, Norm, I'm sorry, just to make sure, it would still only be one day a week
One
in
would,
person. The other times would be remote
yeah, but
interaction.
they would flip, but they'd still have the same.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah, so right now as it stands, everybody has Monday remote interaction and then one day a week in-person interaction.
Got it.
So it would increase by one remote interaction a week. Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, perfect. And then one question for Bill. I think I know the answer, but what is the reason for blending two different ages in the classroom? Is it staffing reasons? Is that part of it?
You mean for remote learning, Norm?
Yes.
Yes. No, I just think just pure numbers. We'll see what we get for numbers. I don't, I'm guessing 15%, 10 to 15% of our kids will go remote. And so I just don't think, to have one per grade level, you'd have to have 80 kids go remote. And I'm guessing more like 40.
Yeah.
So that's the reason.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just want to follow up with Chris and Rebecca. So before we push this plan or, this idea, there's obviously, I'm not going to say reticence, but you said some teachers might be comfortable, some teachers will not. It's not my goal to put forward something that you as the building leadership doesn't think fits your teacher. So I'm about to start teaching law school on Monday in the exact model that I'm talking about. It will be different. I know that. I went to try it out today. The technology at the law school is pretty slick. I don't know how slick it is in our buildings. And so it would be normal for teachers to have those reservations. And before we head down this road, I do want your honest appraisal of whether this makes sense, because I don't know your teachers. I know a few of them, but I don't know all of them. And so I would really like your candid thoughts on that.
Well, I've been thinking, and I'll let Rebecca respond too, but I've been thinking a lot about it. We flipped a school in 5 days. We didn't have time to worry about the change. We did it. As I said, I think we have an extremely talented faculty. Will there be some that will need assistance with it? Yes. Just like Rebecca and I need assistance with things. So my honest answer to that, Seth, is yes, I think we can be successful with it. We need to dip our toe in it and then get used to the temperature and we get in. I think we can do it. I believe in my staff. Yes, I am ready to work with them. I have thick skin. I'm ready to listen to, the days that don't work so well. I'm ready to celebrate the successes when they do work well. But if that's the direction we go, if that's the direction the board supports, I am willing to support that and move that forward. Rebecca, did you want to add to that?
I think you said that really well, Chris. The only pieces I may add is that we don't necessarily have that slick technology, which is fine. We're Yankees. We can roll up our sleeves and figure this out, but it won't be slick. And the other piece I would maybe ask very respectfully if the board would consider re-looking at some of the policies that may kind of hamstring us a little bit in terms of how we can deliver that and keep people safe and comfortable in a recording or online video kind of way. So those would just be the pieces. But what Chris said about our staff and our confidence in them and our ability to support them, I think they're frazzled, but as Andrea said at the beginning, it's kind of that anticipatory anxiety. Maybe it'll settle down as we kind of get into it. We feel like we got it and we can move forward.
And Rebecca, can you just build on what are the issues that you see with broadcasting, recording, those kinds of privacy, those kinds of issues?
Yeah, Seth, thanks for asking. We had a lot of those issues in the spring that people were concerned about. They didn't necessarily come to fruition, which was great. But again, we were kind of in that emergency ed place and everybody was willing to play along together, where this is like year long and it is what it is, the education. Just the ability to, if somebody is swinging a camera and accidentally a student shows up in the camera that we didn't mean to show in, but they were trying to follow the teacher and the teacher just took 3 steps further, You know, if we're having a student as a moderator or somebody trying to follow the teacher in instruction, and somebody goes into the line of view, you know, that by our policy, that's not allowed. But you know, if that was it's just what it is because of what we're trying to do. Somebody calls out an answer or calls out something in class that's identifiable. You know, some of the classes, some of the topics, kids have to be a little vulnerable in what they're sharing, how their class is operating. We need a little more peace of mind around that, just to be able to deliver the instruction.
And I would assume, and this is maybe a Steve question, but that we're not the only school district who's thinking about this or looking into it. So I'm just assuming that there are policies out there, or at least or ways to strengthen our policy that other districts and other attorneys, I assume, have been looking at and are available. Is that true, or is this sort of a wish?
No, districts are wrestling with this notion, absolutely. Some are fully go ahead, and some are doing the second day not streaming. But yeah, no, there's enough examples out there in support that I think we can revise policies and communicate. I mean, we have to communicate to the community and the parents what's at stake, because we know, if the concern is videotape, or a recording, we're in a mutual party consent state. So we really, that's a chief of core thing as well. So, and I'm not a scared straight guy, but I'm an honest, we try to communicate clearly within our handbooks and with our policies. But yes, I do think we can revise our policies to provide the support for our administration and teachers that they understand what clearly is acceptable and not, and communicate that with families.
Oh, I have
Go ahead,
a
Andrew.
quick question. Well, so Steve, I was wondering, is it possible for you to pop the, just because I know others might have gotten this, I'm not totally getting it, the schedule, not the 40 minutes a day schedule, but the other high school schedule up that you currently have, that was as presented to us?
This one? Oh, what? That one?
Well, I still see your face, so.
I have to share my screen. Sorry about that. I had a nice view of it. It looked great to me.
No, the other one, please. I think it's in the other direction. Yes, perfect. Okay,
Sorry.
so just to help walk me through this, because I guess in my mind, I thought if like the day one classes for team A, if they were all synchronous for kids who are both in school and out of school, would they then get to see those same teachers a second time in the week? Because you wouldn't be teaching, I guess you'd essentially have team A and team B learning at the same time. I know.
Right. Andrew, that's what I was not explaining very eloquently before.
About that. Yeah.
No, that's exactly what I was trying to say. This will then kind of break into have to deviate from the elementary schools. So right now, the way this sets up, it aligns with the elementary schools so that they could have a team A and a team B and have those set days. But you're exactly right. You wouldn't go into a chemistry class on Tuesday and then go back to chemistry class on Wednesday. You would go to English on Wednesday. So that's how it would switch, is that it would kind of, you wouldn't be looking at team A and team B any longer. You'd be looking at our traditional day one and day two.
So would that then, that makes sense to me. Thank you. Does that then also mean though that those kids would be able to see their teachers more often during the week? Because it sounds like they'd be seeing similar teachers 2 to 3 times.
You would see them online once. So let's say, you're oh, this is where it gets confusing. I try to not lose everybody. I'm sorry. Let's say you're in team A. Okay. And so team A, your day one schedule, you go to English, you go to math, you go to PE, and you go to world language.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on day two, you go to science, you go to history, you go to band, and you have a study hall. Okay. So you would go in on you would have all your classes Monday. Monday you would go to all those classes remotely. So you'd see everybody. Tuesday you'd go in and you would go to, I should have written down what I said, math and English, PE, and world language. And you'd be in school for that. And then you would go in again on, we could switch it. So you go in again on Tuesday. We have to switch it. So or Wednesday, you go in Wednesday and you go to your other classes. So you would go to your science, social studies,
So it'd
band,
almost
and study
be
hall.
it'd almost be like 2 days in, 2 days out, 2 days in, 2 days out.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
cool.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you. I just wasn't getting
So,
that.
Rebecca, keeping that schedule up there, it says, you know, they'd be doing asynchronous learnings. But if teachers were teaching synchronously, we could double contact time, correct? On Tuesday, Wednesday. I mean, I
Explain a
wouldn't.
little further.
Well, so in other words, if I'm teaching my econ class on Tuesday, again, I've got
Yep.
half the class there, half the class at home. I do one lesson. The
Yep.
next day, I'm moving on to my next lesson, but they're just flipping in terms of their presence. So I'm able to do more curriculum and reinforce that curriculum in a more meaningful way if I'm synchronous. But I think what I'm hearing is whether teachers aren't ready or they need more time to dial into the synchronous learning when they've got a half and half situation.
Well, Rob, I'm sorry. So if you had them on Tuesday in economics, you would not have economics again until Thursday, right? And so when you had economics on Thursday, you'd have the other 50% of the kids.
Right. Okay. All right.
So you're moving forward, but you don't have dual contact with that same group that you had on Tuesday. You would have an online and
All
an
right.
in person.
Yeah, I got my days. Sorry. A and B should have been obvious.
But you would have more instructional time, Rob. You're right, because you are mimicking the
Yes, more instructional
schedule.
time, just not.
Half the time you're in, half the time you're out. So it's like you have, if you think about it, you just have a very long classroom, right? Some are in their homes and some are in,
Right.
but the next day you switch. And so it would be much more, as Chris alluded to, would be much more typical of the day one, day two. And now it's, you know, when Chris and Rebecca and I talked about that, that way it's probably a lesson and a half. You know what I mean? That just because of the, you know, just the organization of it. So it's more than, so it would give you more instructional time, but it's not perfect to as right transposition to in person every day. But it certainly would give you enough, a more teacher directed time.
So in terms of the synchronous learning and how that might function, I think that would make me more comfortable as a teacher if there were some certain guidelines around that. So if I'm teaching from my classroom and I've got half the group watching on Zoom, that you know, maybe we're not going to do oral questions, but you can use the Q&A to dial in. I mean, my concern comes about it. It can be difficult enough to manage behavior in a classroom, but to manage behavior in a classroom as well as, you know, 8 kids at home in whatever part of their house they're in, I'm not sure I want to do that. And I'm not sure that I can do that. But if I give them an option that it is their responsibility to dial into the class, I take attendance and they've got questions, they use that Q&A feature. You know, I set aside part of my time to attend to that, or if a Q&A comes up, a student's assigned to looking at that question if it needs to come then. I'm just trying to think about.
So,
if it's
so Rob,
synchronous,
it'll work better when we are fully one-to-one with the laptops, with the Chromebooks, because then we do have access to Canvas. We will have access to Zoom. Zoom has the breakout features, so I could, in essence, then partner up a student in my class with somebody outside the class via Zoom in a breakout room to do some small group work. Or I can, you know what I mean? Like, you can better include students. I can say these 3 that are here and those 3 that are online, they're going to become a group of 6 and they're going to work. So in essence, the people in front of you are interacting via their laptop with the others. So there are some tools like that, some ways we can kind of bridge it, but we're a little delayed because we're not one-to-one yet. I'm not trying to throw up barriers. I'm just
No,
These are just kind of things
know,
we've been considering and spiraling on for a while, trying to figure this out.
I'd also think though that classroom management is going to look really different if you only have 50% of the kids in class. You know, it just seems, I was
true.
really struck by the drop in numbers when, you know, the different numbers came up of what it would feel like to have a class of, you know, 8 kids versus a class of 16 kids. I mean, that feels like it would be a big difference.
the demographics would make or break that reality one way or the
Well,
other.
but that's anytime, no matter how
Right.
many kids you have.
But smaller isn't necessarily easier. It just, you know.
It's different.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
here
just
we
me.
are.
Can we switch gears, Jim, to have to a different question?
I think so, as long as everybody's, I think, as everybody's, I guess, resolved or feels like they're ready to move on. I don't want to leave the topic if people still have questions here. Rob, next round.
Sure. So I think this is a question for Steve. You know, I appreciate what hybrid models would look like. I think when we met in our Q&A a week ago Tuesday, we talked about capacity. So what's our ability to actually pull this off? And one of the variables was teachers requesting accommodations. How many teachers will we actually have teaching in the building? How many will be teaching from home? Can you give us a sense as to where that is and how it breaks down by building?
Sure.
That's a pretty integral part of the puzzle.
So I've got a chance to work with Lori, and we've looked at every single request. Next week, I've scheduled meetings with the administrators now to review every request for accommodations with the building administrators to make sure we can, how we can accommodate those requests. I haven't met with administrators to really to implement exactly it, but I think we'll be at an early look, we'll be able to support a hybrid model with the amount of staff and how we can accommodate them. Our universal precautions we've talked about, and the vast majority of staff are asking what we're doing universally. They're asking for social distancing in classrooms, frequent hand washing, masks, policy, masks in place. So the vast majority, Rob, are the requests will be satisfied by our universal precautions, and the ones that are outside that room, that list, I think the vast majority we can meet. There may be a few that will be teaching remotely, and we'll have a second adult in that classroom to support the management piece because of very, very documented, very sincere, very concerned personal health issues. There's 3 or 4 that I think for their safety we'll be working to remote, but I think there's a few on the bubble, but the vast majority want to be in our schools and want to work with us to ensure that we provide. For example, we're going to provide a higher level of mask for some of our employees because of their concern. We're happy to do that. There's a couple of I hesitate because I have to meet with the building administrators to make sure some of this can be done, because some of them are pretty unique. It's not just giving a mask or gloves. It's a little bit about structure, some planning time in different areas of the building. But I think I appreciate our staff's willingness to look at universal precautions and how we do it, and then personalize on the most significant and most serious. But I think at this stage, I'll know more next week, but I think my analysis of going through every single request, I believe we can meet the vast majority with universal. Some work with administrators on individual, and then some will qualify out of sheer safety for an alternative setting.
So to be clear, if somebody's at home in an alternative setting and we were hybrid, their class would be in the room and there would be an instructional assistant to help guide what's going to happen, probably through a Zoom or a Google Meet or a Classroom Meet or.
When I envision that administrator will, that the teacher will be projected in front of the screen, will teach, with a big video in their virtual classroom at home. And then, just to make sure that the kids are on task and are connected, we'll have a second adult there to support the engagement of students, shall we say, in that unique environment.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Steve, on the matrix that you put up, I just want to make sure I completely understand. So if we're, well, it's not even a question about the matrix. I guess if we're in a hybrid model, and it's like, you know, we're in the second week of school and we have to, we either have to, you know, send a whole school home for one of those decisions that are in the matrix for like 1 day or 3 days. I guess my assumption, my working assumption was if we had to do that, it would be kind of a switch to virtual. So, you know, school's off, going to, like, it would be a virtual learning. But I'm hearing that we may have struggled doing that without having, you know, one-to-one in all the devices. And so until we have that, like, what happens on a day that, you know, it's too hot and we have to close the school because, you know, because it's not a snow day, it's a hot day. What happens to that educational day? Like, how do we, what's our game plan there?
Sure, and this is a discussion I had with Matt today, and the leadership team will be poised to have it next week. And really the decision is, do we want to use technology in our daily hybrid day, or do we want to have it to be pivotable, you know, to pivot to in case we cancel? And Matt and I had the discussion today. I want to have that with the leadership, because it's if we set up like we did in the spring remote and have all those devices in reserve at home, and then we come to school, we just can't really, and we'll have some in the classroom. Like I asked Matt, what if we spread all our labs, right, our labs into classrooms? We'd have some, but not enough probably to do what the teachers are used to doing. But let's assume that we don't have the technology. If it's a one-off, it could be a snow day, right? It could literally be a school day we're going to make up. I'm very fortunate that, you know, because of the board, we've got 3 weeks of professional development. So we may, ahead of us, to build some capacity, to build some lessons in reserve, that if we have to go home, that teachers can plan, I don't want to say the blizzard bag, but the alternative learning progression for a number of days. We can give them time to do that. So if we had to go to the 1 day or 2 day, we could still have some continuity of instruction. It just wouldn't be technology based. So that's what's great about having the next 3 weeks as we develop the in reserve piece, because you know, Jim, I think you know how much I worry about snow days, and I don't want to unload our first snow days in the first couple of days. That's not like me, right? I don't like to do snow days ever. So we'd like to have some alternative learning progression. And so I guess if it's a one-off, if it's a heat, we could make it a snow day. Otherwise, we're going to ask teachers in the next 2 weeks, work with them to plan some progression days, 3 days worth of lessons that we could have if we had to, because that's probably, it'll take a little while to move down our decision matrix. But I also want to look the administrators in the eye and see if they want to plan for, you know, build remote and have in-person without technology. My suspicion is technology is so embraced in what we do that would be a real barrier to everyday instruction. And they probably want to not leave it in reserve. They'd rather use it every day. But I've got to have that conversation with them. I don't know. Does that make sense?
No, that does. Thank you. And I think you answered it. Thank you.
Can I ask just a follow-up question? So I'm wondering, in the spring, you know, I think everybody did remote. I'm wondering if our survey that goes out can ask if families need a Chromebook, and then if we'll have a better idea if, you know, even though we haven't received all of the Chromebooks yet, if we would have the capacity with folks having their own personal devices, that they would be able to go remote even without us getting our shipment in yet.
That was exactly Matt's response as well, to add that question to the survey for exactly that. You and Matt are in like mind. That's exactly what he said to me when I talked to him at Maple Street School. We can add that question to see what kind of capacity we have. So yes, Matt was right there trying to, again, more data to figure out how much we are there. We distributed over 200 devices. Michelle and Matt, if you remember, the board voted for that second wave of Chromebooks at 9. By 7:30 the next day, the PO was done and the order was submitted. But we're not the only district in the world or in this country that has put in a heavy, or in this state or in this county, I'm just kidding, but, you know, a lot of people are ordering these, and there was some customs issue too that we're trying to navigate through about all these Chromebooks as well. But Matt's on it. give me a lot more flexibility in what we're doing, you know, or an ease in what we're doing when we have the one-on-one. And my appreciation to the board for supporting that significant change. It's going to come. But.
Yeah, a community member had mentioned to me, Steve, had asked a question about, do we have the bandwidth for all this? Are we able to meet, you know, all these teachers streaming out? Would there any hiccups that would foresee that would happen?
Yeah, you know, I've talked with Matt. Matt is on the call. I can bump him forward if you want to hear it from the, I won't say the horse's mouth, if you want to hear it from the director of technology. But yes, Matt has done a great job foreshadowing and moving to fiber. He's had a very steady move to fiber to be ready. So I asked him that question as well. And he felt pretty good about our fiber. If it was pre-fiber time, probably not. But because we've moved to fiber, he thinks we do have the bandwidth. And it probably, if I didn't speak the truth, he'd raise his hand and come in and kick me virtually. But it's a question, Norm, that I've asked, and the move to fiber and his projection of the amount of technology used. So yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Thank you.
Any additional questions at this point, you know, for Steve or the leadership team on what was presented? So, and just sort of so we have one other item here for a presentation, which is around interscholastic sports. And so if there's, what I'd like to do is have all the questions that we have right now answered as best we can. I think hear from Steve and Dan Meserve around the sports, and then go into board discussion about, you know, what we want to do, what the board wants to decide on the back to school plan, and there's an action item. But we should discuss, you know, what is it that we want to do. So sort of Q&A now, do the sports, talk to Dan, and then go into sort of our own discussion about what to do next. I don't want to cut off conversation by saying all that. So if people have questions, they should feel free to ask them.
Everybody want to bump Dan up? Everybody?
Yeah,
okay?
why don't we bump Dan up? I'm sure there'll be more questions as we get into the discussion, which is perfectly okay. I didn't want to stifle conversation, but I also want to make sure that we make the best use of everyone's time here. Dan, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. First time, long time.
So I guess we're putting in your hands right now to talk about sports and the sports program.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for all you guys are doing with everything. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay, great. So I sent you all a packet of information. I did have a meeting with a couple of my coaches and things to try to create a task force to figure out how we're going to do this. And so what I'd like to do is just kind of go through that. It's probably hearing it again for all of you, but for some other people, they'd like to know where we are. So the background of this is that in mid-July, the NHIA, which is our governing body, changed the return to play protocol to phase 3. And what that does is it allows changes. It allows schools to start playing games and practicing fully. That was what they decided, and they did this in conjunction with the governor's direction, the Health and Human Services weighed in, some other groups, and that's what they looked at. Now, when they did this, they did make some changes. First of all, they decided to start September 8th. Second of all, they created a regional schedule, or they allowed us to create regional schedules. They allowed for pared down schedules, and they created an open tournament at the end. So these were kind of the different options that they had. Let's see. There we go. You can see, you can see
I wanted to see you. I wanted to see you, Dan. I'm sorry, so I promoted you, so I apologize, but nice to see you, Dan.
That's all right. Nice to see you. How are you? So that's kind of the background of where we are. And as I said, I talked to some coaches, my coaches in my task force to kind of look at this. And my recommendation is I hope that we move forward with interscholastic sports this fall, at least most of them. The reasons for why, I heard Chris a little while ago talk about the social, emotional, and psychological benefits of getting these kids together. And I think that goes for sports as much as anything. These kids need something right now. This is just one of the most difficult times they've ever been through. They lost the entire spring season. I think we need to do everything we can to at least try to give them a fall season. And so that would be my first kind of reason for doing this. The second one is that because if we offer sports, we can provide oversight of sports. And what I mean by that is that we're the ones running the ship and dictating who they play. I think we all know that if we don't offer sports, there are other groups that will swoop in and will. There will be AAU programs, there'll be club programs. These kids will be playing all over the place. And one of the safest ways, I think, to oversee how these kids are playing sports is to be the ones to direct them. So I think that's a key thing. And the third one, I didn't involve this in the packet, but as I thought about this more, the third thing is this is a choice. If people don't want to play sports, if they're not comfortable, they don't have to. It's completely up to them. We are just providing them the opportunity to do this. So that's kind of my rationale for why we should move forward. The next part, I guess, is what this looks like. Jim, I know you asked a couple of weeks ago about the different levels and are there different levels of sports, and the NHIA does have different levels of sports risks. And what they've done is they've classified sports in three ways. The high-risk sports would include football for us. The moderate-risk sports are boys and girls soccer and field hockey for us. And the low-risk sports are golf and cross-country for us. And really the way the NHIA has dictated what those sports are, it comes into physical contact. In football, every single play, there's physical contact. That's why it's high level. In golf, there isn't physical contact, which is why it's low level. Soccer, there's somewhere in between. And that's kind of how it comes down to like that. So, ADs across the state have kind of looked at these different levels and how we're going to do this. If I can talk about each level quickly, I think football, our high risk one, this is the one I have the most concerns about at this point. I would love to say let's go forward with football, but I think in addition to it being a high-risk sport, we're also dealing with another school district, and our kids are going to be interacting on a daily basis with Hillsborough. I don't think we should shut the door on football just yet, but I think the two administrations need to come together and really look at this and see how can we do this safely for our kids. And I'm kind of hoping, I think I said, sorry about the analogy, but let's punt on this one. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the low-risk sports, the golf and the cross-country. And I would hope that if we're going to do anything, we do these sports. I think in these sports, we can socially distance. We can do things with travel, such as keeping one kid per seat on the buses with their gear with them. We can do the different things to try to keep them separate. And I feel very confident that golf and cross-country, we can socially distance and do those things. The tricky ones are the soccers and field hockeys. And I know those are the ones where you look at it and you say, gee, these kids do come into contact with each other. They do. This is something that I think we just have to swallow and say, look where we are as a state right now. We do have low cases. I think we need to look at different ways of trying to mitigate who they come in contact with. And I think we've come up with a pretty unique plan for this. There are a number of schools in the region. We're talking Merrimack Valley, John Stark, Bow, Pembroke, Hopkinton. And what we have done is we've talked as a group and said, let's schedule for a whole week against another school. For instance, week one might be a Merrimack Valley week. And we play Merrimack Valley across the board for week one. So we'd be playing them in boys and girls soccer, field hockey, JVs, possibly cross-country and golf. Although, as I said earlier, there's probably a little bit more wiggle room there. And maybe even middle school if we can do that. And so we would limit our interactions with one other school for an entire week. And that would be the first week of the season. Second week, it might be Bow week, and we play Bow across the board and everything. Third week would be John Stark. The other ADs around are on board with this, and we do feel like it's a great way to kind of present these kids with an opportunity, and yet at the same time to restrict how much contact they have with other communities by limiting it to one school a week. So this is a plan that we are going forward with. Some of the other kind of nuts and bolts, if you want on all of this, we would be looking, as I said, at transportation. I think we would change transportation, and we would encourage parents that if they want to drive their son or daughter to a game, we go that route. When they do ride on the bus, we're going to have limits on buses. I believe the limit that the bus says is 24. I can't even see us getting there. We'd be looking at one team on a bus, one kid per seat in a mask or with a mask. Their bag with them, their personal bag. We'd have coaches disinfecting gear or disinfecting equipment at the end of practices. They would be taking temperature before games, and we would be sure that other schools are doing the exact same thing of their kids before they come to Hopkinton. Those are some of the things that we would be looking at. I mentioned middle school. I know high school, I said, would start on the 8th. I think we should start middle school a week later on the 14th. That gives us a week to get the high school up and running. It gives us, it aligns middle school starting with the start of school, excuse me. I think it's just an easier break if we do that one. That's kind of my overarching, excuse me, I missed the fans one. The proposals, so the different schools are talking about fans and what to do with fans. Our thought is that we would ask fans to wear masks and that each family group would sit 6 feet apart. If you're in one household, that's fine. But other than that, we're going to ask you to space out. And this is pretty consistent with other guidelines. We'd have our coaches practice social distancing as much as they can, promote mask use as much as they can. And I think in this manner, we have the opportunity to provide these kids with something that they really, really need right now. So I guess I will stop there. I can go further. I've got more nuts and bolts if you want, but that's kind of the overview of how I think this would look.
Thanks, Dan. That was helpful. And so I don't know if there's questions from the board.
I actually had a question. Oh, sorry, Norm. I jumped in on you. I'm wondering how, especially when we're talking about games and going up against other schools, how our decision matrix would play into that and how other schools' decision matrices would play into that. So say we had no kids at our school, we're totally fine, still low, but we're looking at Bo and they have, one child or two children. How will that impact our sports, especially our games?
I guess I would look for some direction from the board and from the proposals that we're doing in this one. We've talked as ADs and we've all said that what we are going to do is when the kids get on the buses, we will find a way of taking the temperature on every kid, make sure they are okay. We'll ask them as we call them, the COVID questions to make sure that they give the right answers. And so we will do that health screening, and every other school, when they send their kids here, will do the same thing. If one team or one school is not comfortable, if they go into this remote learning or they have to close down, then they're probably pulling the plug on athletics for a week or 2 weeks, and we just won't have games. But we're giving our kids those opportunities.
Dan, I want to thank you for coming and talking to us. I mentioned this in an email to you about turning football potentially into like a flag football with less contact, being able to have some type of capacity that these kids can have some type of outlet to play football. Because this, there's some athletes that only play football. They don't play any other sport. And you came in here, you mentioned that, the social aspect of it for them to be outside. Is there a way that the board or who would look at inventing a different way, maybe playing football, I guess, flag football, less contact, just so these kids have some type of outlet to look at?
Sure. We have kind of a tricky situation because we are with another school. So our coach is from Hillsborough, and it does involve kids from a different school. I have floated the idea with him on flag football. One of his concerns, frankly, was that I think he said we have 25 linemen and they don't work well in flag football situations. They might love it, but it's not a great game. I think that's something that we can work with Jay and say, is there anything we can do here to promote something? I know earlier on, I think it was Chris or Rebecca talked about intramurals, and if there's an intramural football program, there is. I don't know who oversees that. My job is really the interscholastic sports, but that's a possibility too, I would assume.
What's the guidelines with the state on that for football? Did they have any? I didn't.
For football, everything is up to every individual community. I just got a text as it started that Newport said we're going full everything, including football. So schools are all over the state. Campbell, I think yesterday, I heard the same thing, is going everything, including football. Other schools have said, no, we're not doing football. So it's really up to the individual school. This is the one that I think is probably the biggest flashpoint for schools.
So Dan, I don't know, it's actually not a question. Maybe it's just something for you to think about or respond to. So I guess I'm thinking about the guidance that we've been talking about for the past couple of weeks, just in terms of the education side of the shop here, around mask wearing, 6 foot social distance at all times. We have a mask policy that we'll talk about in a little bit that pretty much says you should wear a mask all the time while on campus. It's the full on. And then I think about not golf or cross country, but some of the mid-level sports and I guess even football, the mid risk. And our district our district policies could be inconsistent. That on the education side, we're being very consistent on masks and social distance, but then on the athletic side, we're not being consistent, and we're not using the same level of risk tolerance. It might be the right way to say it, for our students. And I understand they're outside, and so there is less risk. But they are also, my kids play soccer, and I know that it is a contact sport. It's probably less of a contact sport than football, but they are in each other's faces. They are next to each other. They are breathing on each other. And so, so we know the disease is spread through the respiratory droplets, which one could assume, even playing one-on-one on a soccer match, you could pick up. And so what I'm wrestling with in my mind is not to not have sports, because I think they're important for all the reasons you state, but it's more like, can we do sports in a manner that's consistent with our overarching policy that we're trying to set for the school district, around social distancing and mask wearing, just so that we're not, doing everything we can, keeping kids separate, in the school building, but once they're outside the school building, we're not keeping that. We're sort of saying it's okay, to not kind of keep that same distance. So this isn't really a question. It's me sort of fumbling through how I'm trying to sort these two things in my head, and because I do want kids out playing sports, but I also want our policies to be consistent, so we're not sort of saying one thing in this shop, but then doing something different on the other side.
I think it's a great question, and it's something we all wrestle with. It is outside, and as we have seen scientifically, it is less likely to spread outside. But you're right; these kids are close to each other. I think what you need to look at is, if we don't offer sports, these kids, many of them, will pursue other opportunities, and now we don't know where they are. And we might have kids who are now going to be sitting next to you in class who spent the weekend at a tournament down in New Jersey or some other place. I don't know why I always choose New Jersey, but I do. There's some other place where, it's not Merrimack Valley, where we know they're screening the kids, where they're in the same county as we are. We are overseeing this experience and saying, it is your choice. If you want to play sports and you have to understand what the risks are, we're going to do everything we can to try to minimize those risks.
No, and I appreciate that answer. I understand it's Merrimack Valley, but we're asking our students within Hopkinton to sort of act a certain way, and so that's more my concern. And I appreciate it, and I'm not suggesting in this question that I don't want our kids to do sports. I'm just, are there ways to mitigate how the sports are played, or how we're asking our students to participate, that can assist to make sure that our policies are sort of consistent on the athletic side as well as on the education side, because the student may take on the risk of playing in Merrimack Valley, but if we're going to be doing a hybrid model where that student who assumed the risk in sport is then going to a math class, that risk is being then spread to our inside the school building, even though the student assumed it in a sports setting. So.
And has anybody talked about wearing masks during practice and games? And I've thought about it, but I don't know if you guys have.
They have. I don't know. I was helping move my daughter into college the other day, and I had to wear a mask up 3 flights of stairs, and it was tough for me. I mean, just to breathe. Most people have said that in terms of, I see people running and things like that, it's hard to run with masks. So what we've looked at is we're promoting mask use wherever possible, on the buses, probably on the benches, where we're going to ask kids to sit apart on the benches. But as they're actually playing, it's going to be a comfort level type thing. And that seems pretty consistent with what most places are doing.
I mean, one thing to understand is that there's already been guidance for every sport from the NHIAA for us to review, to be able to determine what goes into allowing the students to play. And I see Jim's point, to a degree, but I think, it's important that we review those guidelines and establish what they already came up with. They've done the homework for us. So they've established what needs to go in order to protect the kids. I guess the question is the level of risk, which we asked Dan to bring here, but you talk about wearing a mask, on the field. I asked a dozen soccer players. I said, would you wear a mask playing the game? They said, oh, absolutely. I miss being with my friends. I miss being out there being competitively. You know, they said it'll take maybe a little bit of time conditionally to get used to wearing a mask out there because they've not been playing that way. But, you know, I've gone to Scott's, you know, training here in Hopkinton, and they were wearing masks. Kids were safe, and I was quite impressed with it. But I think it's important that there's guidelines already established for us to review for every single sport before we make a decision on any of these.
There are guidelines. I sent some to Steve today, and I believe he sent them out afterwards. It's the NHIA guidelines that allow phase 3, which is games. As you look at the guidelines, they do talk about practicing social distancing wherever possible, wearing masks wherever possible. They do stop short of mandating them while they are playing. I think it would be something that's recommended. It's not required.
I think those were put in a board packet, so I think they were.
In the national, I don't know what, I think it must stand for the National Federation of High School Sports. The NFHS has guidelines for each sport and how to comport to some of these. You know, like field hockey. They have a whole list on how, you know, field hockey teams could play the game and maintain distance. It's different. I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same. But anyway, I'm not an expert in any of this. Google helps me out a bit, but. I mean, I think as we think through, I guess I'm just looking for a level of some sort of consistency so that if we're trying to keep our students safe in all aspects of while we have them, that we ought to try to maintain as much consistency there as we can.
When do you need a decision from us on this? I guess is my question. What is the timetable for this board to discuss moving forward with sports?
Next week, there are a number of ADs, local ADs, that are getting together to really look at this further. Most school districts are making decisions this week. As I said, I would really like to be able to go to that meeting and say, hey, we are pretty confident that we're gonna be able to move forward with these. Understanding that maybe you don't get to that decision tonight. This is the first time we've talked about it. But I'm not the kind of guy who likes to go to something and say, hey, let's schedule this and then pull the plug, you know, a week, 2 weeks later, if this is not the intent that you have. You know, I think, again, I understand the concerns. I understand the optics of it. But I think we need to do what's best for these kids right now. And we need to give them the opportunity to play sports. I think it is so important that they have that option. And again, I'm stressing it's an option. They don't have to do this. But psychologically, these kids have lost so much already. Let's give them some semblance of normalcy. And if they want to play sports, we're going to provide the safest way we can for them.
And then I would propose that we, you know, since football is the #1 concern here, to a degree, that there needs to be some type of collaboration with Hillsborough. We need more information from them. I don't want to make a hasty decision or recommendation without having information from them. You know, I got to catch that punt and run with it, Dan. But we have to, we need some understanding from their board, what their concerns are maybe. I'm not sure if Jim should reach out to the chair, get a feel for where they're going with this also. Because if they say they're not having football, I don't know what we can do here in Hopkinton in order to eliminate 2 districts. How many players do we have, Dan?
Not enough. It's going to take 2 to tango. And that's why I agree. I think we should push off the football discussion. Both schools have to buy in, or if either one says no, then it's a no-go. I mean,
okay.
You guys could say yes to football and Hillsborough says no, we can't play. We can't field the football team.
And I spoke with Patty today. Patty's getting close to making a decision on the Hillsborough side. So we had a conversation today, and we can get together more. But you know, so we had you know, at the Southwest region, we meet weekly, and there's a continuum of schools. Like some schools are going back 100% and they're doing full sports. Some schools are going back 50% and they're doing some sports. So one of the things that we are close, the expectation is that if there was a change, as Andrea looked at in our decision matrix, that we would communicate as soon as with either superintendent or principal or AD. So we would, you know, we would care for all our, you know, all our schools and communicate really well. So And I think, Dan has lots of experience and lots of strong relationships with people. So that if there was an issue, we had 3 or 4, we were in, level 5, we had the 5, we would call Bo, or we would call Merrimack Valley and said, no, we are not, we don't want you to come because of the certain conditions. But Patty is getting close to making a decision. We spoke today. She's been superintendent, I think, for 6 weeks. So it's a little bit different.
So in terms of, the shutdown question, Dan or Steve, what would determine whether or not, could we be remote in school and still be open for a sport, or how would we do that? If we were to have cases, or there were cases on a team, at what point do you say we got to shut down the shop for that particular team, or in general?
I think for me, I'd have to see what the school is going to do. What are your guidelines for education? And we would follow those. And if it's, shutting down for 3 days, then we shut down for 3 days. If it's 5 days, it's 5 days. I don't know what the school policy is just yet. I know you guys were talking about it today. So I think sports would have to mimic that.
Can you ask Dan next week when you meet with those ADs what their temperature would be, no pun intended, for kids wearing masks when they're playing field hockey, soccer, running? I mean, I think Norm makes a good point that if I'm in high school and somebody said, we're going to have a cross country season, but we're only going to have it if you're willing to wear a mask. Well, I'm going to wear a mask. It may be uncomfortable, but I'm 16, 17-year-old young buck and I can handle that. So I'd be curious to know, the willingness of coaches, players, other schools to have a consistent guideline.
I understand that. At the same time, there was a big push for Gators. There was a big push for Gators. And then there was a study that came out that said Gators are worse. They break down the droplets even more. It's just, I don't know what the solution is.
I'd just be curious to know.
I would also think that it wouldn't just necessarily be based on our matrix. And I do agree. I think that's something that we can do is weave sports into our decision matrix. But I think it would also need to be dependent on our decision matrix would need to also take into consideration how many cases the other school that we are playing is experiencing and whether we as a school community are comfortable, because it's not just us saying, oh, we have 5 cases, we could have none, but if another school has 5, I don't want our kids to go, I would be much more hesitant.
And in the discussion with the superintendents, they won't be coming. So the superintendents really, they don't want to, we had a specific conversation today, and we said this, if anybody has a high concentration or high positivity, the expectation is you call the other person and say, look, this is what's going on and we're not coming. Because you're right, Andrea. And this is, as Dan said, we're trying to provide the best opportunity to sustain some physical activity. Unless we work together as educators and put the safety in front, it's gonna break pretty quickly, right? So no one, we know that the season itself, could end very quickly if we don't put the kids' safety and our collegiality and our professionalism together. So I'm with you. But that was exact conversation today with superintendents.
Dan, if I'm playing Bo in soccer and, we decide, our players need to wear masks, that's just, we agree to it. We think that's what's safe. Can we say to Bo, we're only gonna play you if you guys are wearing masks? I know it sounds crazy, but is it possible for us to give rules of engagement to these teams in order to be, competitive?
One of the things we're doing at this meeting next week is we're going to sit down and try to figure out as a group, how are we going to affect these different things? I mentioned fans before. All the schools involved, we need to come up with some guidelines so fans aren't saying, can I go to this place and not this place? What's happening here? I think that is one of the things we can talk about is masks and see what others are doing.
But Norm, we have the ability to schedule or not schedule or play or not play. So, but there are implications of that, right? They may be, if we require that for any of our opponents, we may have no games. I don't know that, but that's the implication. But yes, the flexibility in schedule this year has really put local control through NHIAA in the forefront, and that we can say the board could provide Dan with those regulations, but if other schools don't want to adopt, then we simply wouldn't play them. Like that's how it would work.
Thank you.
So Dan, do you, I mean, you mentioned you had that meeting next week. So do you feel like you have enough information from us this evening to go to that meeting with some guidance, or do you want us to, I hate to say, do you want us to give you more guidance now on some of this? Like what's helpful to you as you sort of go into that meeting that it sounds like it's pretty important. So I don't want the rug getting pulled out from under you.
Right. Well, I guess I've heard a little bit of both sides, and I don't know where you stand on these things. You know, I guess I'd have to ask Steve to talk about that.
So more
Yeah,
guidance would be helpful.
At least to continue. So look, there's an open question about some collaboration between the Hillsborough piece and us, and there's some questions about at least the feasibility about masks during competition. So I think Dan is going to this meeting with that question. And obviously, if the board is at a place where that mask requirement during competition is what is going to make this, push over the edge, then, Dan will come back and say, this is the status of that.
So
But as he,
well, I just asked, so I don't have an opinion necessarily on whether players should be wearing masks, but I can sense that, Dan, you don't think so. So can you just explain, I can sort of sense that, and I just want to hear the argument, both sides, so that I understand it better.
I think masks should be recommended but not required in sports. I think it's difficult to ask kids to run around and play physical sports while you're doing that. I just know from my own perspective, having tried to do that, it is not that easy, especially as we talk about these hot days. I do worry that if we tell other schools, and I don't know what other schools are saying, maybe their boards are saying the same thing, but if we tell other schools we will only play you if you're playing masks, I do fear that we're going to end up with no games. Or games that are not in our region. And now we're opening a different can of worms, and we're saying, well, no longer can we play Bow and John Stark, but we can play schools that are further away. That brings another host of problems.
So, so one of the questions I have, and this is maybe directed towards the board, which may help on the high risk sport of football. I mean, I guess I have personal opinions on how I feel about whether or not our kids should be playing football, but I guess for the board, it would be helpful to know how we feel about this, because that could guide conversations that Dan will have, but also Steve, and I think for our partner district, if this board's not really into it, probably be good for them to know earlier than later, and so this is maybe like a less of a vote, but just more of like a guidance, like how we feel about participating in what, like a normal football year, normal football games, because you can't social distance playing football.
I mean, you
the
got
proximity is sustained. I mean, I think that's, I've seen some stats about when the proximity is is momentary or very slight of time, there's a risk factor. But I do agree that with all the high school football that I've seen, the proximity is sustained much longer than any other of the medium risk sports. I think that's a fair assessment. And the longer that proximity is sustained, the risk increases. Where in soccer there is some, but the proximity typically is not tremendously long. I mean, there is a significant difference.
I'd like to see the pulse from Hillsborough. They hold the majority of the football team of players that are there. I'd also like to have the opportunity to reinvent the wheel if possible. See what else we can do. I know you mentioned linebackers may not want to play something different, but there's people who want to have an opportunity to play a sport, and maybe they aren't good at any other sport but this, and maybe there's something that's out there that's a guideline that we can look at for them to be able to do it and just be able to play. I just don't want to rush a hasty decision. I'd like to kind of hear from what the majority wants to do with football over in Hillsborough. I think it's great if we had some type of communication from them. I know Steve mentioned a decision's coming soon. It's been apparent that if that decision comes down and they can't, then there's no football. And then there is no need for us to make this decision right now. And that's coming soon.
I guess for me, I feel like as much as football has been a really good addition for a lot of our kids, giving them an opportunity to play, I don't see how you can play that sport safely. I just, as Steve said, there's so many snaps and you're 12 to 18 inches apart for a couple hours. And for the running and the golf, I think, yeah, that's pretty safe. I'm not sure we're going to be going to Derryfield Park and running with 50 other schools. I'm pretty sure those meets won't be happening, or maybe wouldn't be happening. And, I guess on the mass fronts with soccer, I'd be curious about what other teams would be willing to do, but I can't say I would decide whether that would be a deal breaker or not.
So I guess that I am reluctant to do football in the sense that we've taken all of these precautions. We've made our school a half school, and we're going to go play the high risk sport. I mean, that just doesn't seem to jive with all the other decisions that we're making. I do think that I can't picture one team wearing masks and one team not. I am not opposed. I guess I would like the ADs to have a complete and open conversation about whether they think that works. I'm not, I am not a high school athlete. I am not close, I would not, I'm with Rob. I could imagine myself agreeing to the field hockey and the soccer without masks if that's where the community of ADs and superintendents falls. Golf obviously doesn't present these issues. So that's where I am.
Oh, I guess it's my turn.
It's your
since we're
turn,
all
yeah.
Going around. No, so, when I look at football, I just look at, we are a year off from college level football, and we've just been watching all of those teams either getting very sick or closing, not even going. And so I think either, we do some sort of flag football, which everything looks different this year. School looks different, work looks different, going to the grocery store everything is different. It's just, unfortunately, the world in which we live. And so if you would like to play a different kind of football, like flag football, that would be fine. If you want to play football where you're lying on top of each other and breathing in each other's faces for 30 seconds, I'm just not comfortable with that. However, for the low and moderate risk, I would be fine with those, with masks or without masks. I think those are, yes, you get in each other's face sometimes, but not all the time. And it's faster. You're not lying on each other, generally breathing on each other's helmet.
I mean, the question.
You get to go, Norm. Thanks. No, I guess on football, I would agree. I think with the majority, I don't know how you could do it safely, and I would just rather tell Hillsborough that, these are our concerns. If they can come up with an alternative way to do it, skills and drills and an alternative, like all in, we could be happy with that. But in terms of sort of football as normal, I couldn't vote for that, and I couldn't support it. It doesn't. As Seth said, with all the other decisions that we're going down, that one would be just completely inconsistent. And I like football. I just don't know how we could support the program. And I don't want the majority to dictate how Hopkinton kids would play a sport. So if Hillsborough wanted to do it, that's great for Hillsborough. I'm just not sure it fits with what we're thinking. And then, golf and cross country, unless we can get into like some sort of contact golf, I don't really see much issues there. And then field hockey and soccer, I mean, I could probably get there. And it's not, to me, it's like masks are one thing, but I do worry about, they are quick, but sometimes they're not so quick. And so anyway, as you get together, Dan, and talk to your colleagues, just are there ways to minimize some of that? And again, I'm not a coach and I'm not an athletic director. And so I don't know, but we're doing it in all the other aspects of our daily lives and in our schooling. And so there probably are some strategies that coaches can take, whether or not it's even during practice to, try to keep 3 feet of separation. But there has to be ways to mitigate that risk other than just kind of throwing everybody on the field and hoping for the best. And so I would just ask to think about that. That would help me with the comfort level if I saw ways that you guys are thinking about ways to mitigate the risk and not just playing sport as we've been playing sport, because we're doing it everywhere else. And I can assume we can do it as well on the soccer pitch. Maybe not 100%, but we probably can do some things. So that would be my request as you guys get together. Norm, I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, I forgot you hadn't gone. So from what I'm hearing, if we had an alternative solution or an idea to play football, this board would be open to it. If there was like a recommendation, if, other than what the actual rules are and how are played, if there's an alternative way to play football. I mean, I know there's only one way really, but I mean, like if there's another way for these kids to have some type of social interaction that's safe, that will work, would this board be open to listen to that?
I'd be fine with some kind of like drills and skills, something like that. What I'm not fine is the pile.
No, like a flag football type thing,
right?
Or something. Yeah, I know there's a couple types of schools have changed what they're looking for in program for football, in flag or some other 7-on-7 or some other unique, just to get them out there. Maybe not competitive like football, but I'd be curious to see if there's some way the coaches could come up with a different type of plan.
Dan, was that helpful? That gave you a little bit more, I guess, guidance.
It does. If I could just answer Norm quickly in that last part. Again, football as an NHIA sponsored sport is football the way it's played. If we do something else, it's not NHIA, it's a recreational, it's an intramural level. One of the differences about football is that they wear helmets and they do have the ability to wear masks, a shield as a face mask. I don't know if that changes the temperature at all, having them, again, no pun intended, having them be able to wear a shield. I would ask that we just leave the door open a little bit more to let the administrations there talk about football. And I understand your concerns. I share them. Those are the reasons why at the beginning I said football, let's kind of hold off on that one. Hopefully that makes sense in the football one. There is a possibility that could be better.
I mean, I'm not opposed to you talking about it with the other school and seeing what ideas there are. I mean, I'm open-minded, but just as I understand football as it is today, with high school football, I would not think it's a good idea. But I have no objection to you talking to the other school about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we're taking a vote tonight. I think you have our general feeling, so you sort of know where we are. So I think you can represent that as you have discussions with the other school and then your colleagues.
So tentatively move forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to
Thanks,
see you.
Dan.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for all you do.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. So I lost my place. Hold on one second. All right, so we that was it for presentations, and so we're going to circle back on the agenda. We're under item 9, which is items for board discussion, and so we're back to the back to school plan, and so we've heard from all of our building level principals on what a hybrid model would look like, and so we have an action item that's listed on this, and I really do think for Steve and for the leadership team, that action item is really important. Whatever that action item is on back to school, it's important that we, I think, move forward on a plan to begin implementing, and whether or not that plan makes it through to September 14th. There'll be a lot of twists and turns, I'm sure, along the way. But I think getting that guidance in the board's preferred, my job would call it a preferred alternative, but a preferred method of moving forward, that's really what we're shooting for here tonight. And so I guess I'd love, and I guess this is open for discussion, open for comment. So I'd love to hear where people are at and sort of what we're thinking. So hopefully we can hone in on a direction sooner than later.
All right, let's start this. So, I kind of looking at everything that's been presented, not just today, but on the 6th as well, and reflecting on the spring. I am really happy with the different things that have been brought forward today. I think where I'm landing right now, I do prefer the hybrid plan for Maple Street and Harold Martin. I know that we lose a little by not having the kids in school every day. But I think it's really a trade-off as far as what parents have, scheduling work and childcare and those considerations. I think that the decrease in anxiety by having kids going in full days consistently is worth it to do 2 to 3 days in school versus a half day every day. I think for the high school plan, and again, I'm obviously just speaking for myself, I would really prefer to see teachers do their best to do synchronous teaching. I think that's really important, and I think it's certainly possible. I have real faith. We saw how amazing our teachers could be this spring, and I know that so many teachers have been doing so much work over the summer on their own, learning different things, different ways of doing remote teaching and hybrid teaching. And I have faith that, our teachers would be able to rise to that occasion. And I would hope that as a district, we would support them as well, because I do think that there's a lot of anxiety around all of this. My inclination would be to start, on the 14th in hybrid. I really feel like if we didn't sort of figure out the remote learning for the 3 months that we had it in the spring, I don't know how much more we can learn in the fall, in a couple of weeks. So those are just jumping right in, those are my initial thoughts on this. I also, one other thing I will say is I really appreciate and I feel very strongly about having a remote option for students and families that want to go remote. I think that is vital. I appreciate that our district will not be just saying, if you don't want to come in, you're homeschooling, you're on your own. And so I just really want to share how much I appreciate and value those two distinct options. So let's, yeah.
Thanks for jumping right in, Andrea.
Well, I feel like she jumped in at a good place. I think she generally reflects what I think. So I want to say I have read all of the emails of the people who have said they do not feel safe. And so first, I agree with Andrea. We do have to accommodate that view, and each of the plans does accommodate that view. And at the middle high school level, we accommodate them by giving them as much of the same experience as we're giving them if they were coming in through the synchronous learning that we're talking about. So I do favor the synchronous learning at the high school level. Look, it's not going to be perfect. There are going to be bumps in the road. We have to be flexible. We have to understand there's going to be failures along the way, but it creates a class. You now have a class that is meeting these, I know we've talked a lot of social emotional. Well, if you're only in there with 8 kids, and then you're home, you're only seeing 8 kids. This way you are going to be in this class of 17, 18 kids. That's a plus. The teachers will have more curriculum time. I am concerned about teachers having the ability to cover the material that they need and spending a lot of time coming up. I'm not going to call it busy work because that's not the right word, but coming up with, the asynchronous assignments that will take up the time. And instead they can focus on what they do, which is teach the classes. So it seems to me that in some ways we're putting more on our teachers because we're asking them to figure out this new technology. In another way, we're asking them to go back and teach the classes as they taught them with this technological wrinkle, which I understand is significant. And, we haven't given them enough time, but they have about a month, a little less than a month to work with the technology, but maybe this will take some of the burden off of some of the other things we would be putting on them. At the primary level, I have to defer to Bill. So I agree with Andrea. There are additional concerns about social emotional and parent child care. I do think there's a loss pedagogically in not seeing the kids every day, and those, as we knew from the spring, those other days aren't so great, and they're not going to be so great again. And that goes back to what I said several hours ago. Parts of this aren't that great, and that's just the reality of what we're doing. But taking everything and accepting that none of it is what I would prefer if I had my way of, running the world, I think that we have balanced the competing considerations as well as we can. So that's where I am.
Rob?
Okay. Well, I'm in a lot of places, but I'll start with my conversation with that senior and her desire to be back in school and how important it is to be back in school and that connection. But I still want to do that as safely as we possibly can. I got an article today from somebody in town that was from the Journal of Pediatrics, some research that came out yesterday that really threw up a big caution flag for me and some of the things that we've talked about in regard to spread. And I don't want to get into this too much, but essentially there's 192 subjects. They looked at kids between the ages of from infants on up to 22. But there was a group in there, age 10 and under, and 49 of those 192 kids were positive for COVID. And the interesting part of the study was that with their viral loads in their nose was incredibly high, which also is indicative of the ability to spread is incredibly high. So as people are learning more about the disease, we thought children were relatively safe and perhaps not spreading this disease. This research from MGH is telling us something very different. Of that group, that under 10, 37% were positive COVID, and again, had that really high viral load. And they note in the research, and the nice thing was that you could actually go and look at the research. I think as somebody noted a couple of weeks ago, you should do that and look at the actual study. Was as high as or higher than people that were in hospitals with COVID. So, my risk meter is all kinds of red lights are going off. So, it also sort of lays me think about the science when we say, well, our case numbers are really low. Again, our case numbers are low. Our testing is also low for asymptomatic people. We know who has COVID for people that have gone in that are showing symptoms. We have no idea who has COVID for people that are not showing symptoms. You pair this research with that logic, and there are other things that begin to percolate in your mind. So, those two things are in my mind. I would still like to see us start remote. And I would like to see us start remote with synchronous teaching live. And I think if the teachers did really, really well in the spring, were in front of their kids teaching like they normally would every day. And from the conversations I've had with parents and students, those were the classes that they were most successful in. So to Andrea's question, what does waiting a little bit longer give us? I think it gives us, those students or those teachers, an opportunity to get dialed into what synchronous teaching is about. And then it gives us time to put our protocols into place so that we can move people around the building safely. Gives us also a little bit more time in terms of the weather and those temperature days going down, so Steve doesn't have to have a heat and humidity day. With the goal of being a hybrid model and working towards that as long as cases stay low. I mean, I said a few weeks ago, a lot of schools are going back, and they're going back on the 3rd, or they're even back now. We will have some evidence as to what spread is going to be like when we start doing the opposite of what we've been told to do from the beginning, which is stay away from each other. So that's where I'm at, and I really feel like our teaching needs to be as synchronous as much as possible. Bill, I do feel, strongly that it's a model that gets those young guys in there face to face, because you're right, it's tough to teach somebody to read if they're not there. So I'm saying, yes, I would like to see a hybrid. Just let's slow the pace down a little bit and make sure we're doing it right. We've waited this long. I don't think another 2 weeks is gonna turn the apple cart over. I'm done.
I guess it's my turn. You know, I wish we were going back to school, all of us, 100%, and there was no virus. You know, we wouldn't be having these meetings, and you know, we'd be going back to school ready and to teach our kids. But we're in a situation where we're not. And right now, you know, I lean toward what Seth and Andrea said. You know, we're guarding, getting our kids back into school, you know, safely, our teachers safely. Our kids need to have an opportunity to go to school sooner than later, Rob. And reason I say that is because I want them to have some social interactions with their teachers before something changes where we don't have these kids in school anymore. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if this is going to go to October or November or December. I'm hoping that nothing changes and that we're able to, you know, keep our kids in school. You know, Steve, Amy, Bill, Rebecca, and Chris, you know, you guys really worked hard on that presentation to us tonight, and I do want to say I do support it. It's going to be a lot of work to implement, and I agree with Rebecca that we do need to help them with some policy in order for this to have to teach it in the format that Seth and Andrea mentioned. It's important that we have our students in school. There's a lot of students who need that one-on-one, that need that interaction with that teacher that they simply will not get in a remote setting. I'm comfortable with this plan. Of course, you know, it's something we have to evaluate based on Steve's matrix, but whatever we decide as a board, we're going to get flooded with emails from people who aren't going to agree with us. And that's something that's our job. Jim had said that to me when I came on the board. It's your job, Norm. And it's something that, you know, has stuck with me, that whatever choice I make, I'm not going to make everyone happy. But one thing that Steve has said to me, what is best for kids? What is best for kids? And I've heard from multiple people that social interaction with a teacher, having that connection with them, is what means a lot. Lastly, I'll say this hybrid gives our community an opportunity to say, you know what, I'm not comfortable with my kid going back to school, but they're still able to have that social interaction with that teacher and still have that classroom presence with their classmates. And to me, that's very important, that they don't feel like they're left behind. They're not in the dark. They're still able to have that friendship and that relationship with their students. It's a tough call, but I do support the hybrid model. I do want to see September 14th. I don't want to wait. Of course, anything could change between now, but I'm not going to wait and see with other districts. I think that I'm comfortable with our leadership implementing this with guidance from us and helping with any policies we need to revisit. So thank you.
So I'm on mute. I'm sorry. So I guess I'll go last. So I think I agree with the majority here on the hybrid model. I think, you know, nothing's perfect. So just start off by saying we cannot create a perfect plan because there is no perfect plan. And I think that the hybrid model does the best that I think we can do as a district to thread the needle between, you know, wanting and needing in-person instruction, families who are struggling, who need some scheduling in a set in-person instruction in school. And so I think a lot is lost in the remote only, and I just look at, you know, the matrix that Steve has, the numbers that we have for where we are currently, sort of in our county, and the number of cases, and comparing that to the rest of the country. I mean, we are at a point where I think I do think the public health experts are telling us, even when you read some of these pediatric reports, that if you can set up a system for both remote and in-person learning where you're following social distance guidelines, you're using masks, you're following the proper health and safety guidelines, then then you should be moving in that direction. So I feel, I don't know if I feel comfortable, but I feel confident that we should be implementing the plan that I think we heard tonight. And so I'm confident that we can put our best planning forward to do that. And I know that things are going to change. And sort of when we met, whenever it was on the Tuesday meeting, I spoke about the real need, and Seth talked about it today, around flexibility or adaptive management. That's going to be what we're going to have to do. And so I'm not here today telling, I think, everybody that the plan that you guys all told us is how you're going to implement it. That needs to be implemented starting September 14th. There's going to be changes. I think as building administrators and leaders, you have a lot of decisions that you're going to have to make. And I have the utmost confidence that you guys can make them. And so if, as you're putting those plans together, if doing the real-time teaching at the high school is going to be a struggle to implement on the 14th, I want you guys to tell us that, and then tell us your best, like, how can you implement it and when, and how you're going to move in that direction. But I'm not expecting perfection, and I'm not expecting the plans that you guys laid out today to be the be all and end all. There's going to have to be a lot of adaptive management as we work through this process. I expect it. I think the community expects it, and I think that's just the way. That's going to have to be our standard operating procedure from here on out. I do feel, I know Steve spent a lot of time on it. I do feel, I feel really good about the matrix and the decision-making protocols, Steve, that you laid out today, because I think, one, they're very clear. I think if you're a community member and you get that call saying that, there's not going to be classes today at Harold Martin, you can understand why and how we reached that decision. It's not a mystery. It's not just because we feel like it. There's a real, you can follow the sort of decision-making flow chart and understand, and it's transparent and open, and we're starting out that way, so people sort of get a sense of where these decisions are going to come from and why. And so I like that, and I'm really happy that we've put that together and can use it. So that's where I am. I think the hybrid model isn't perfect, but I think it provides a path forward that I think we can implement. It's meeting the needs, I think, of the community, and it provides, I think, for those families and students who don't feel comfortable, it does provide that remote option, which I agree with Andrea and Seth and everybody else that is important in terms of how we provide education. And my hope is that that can be. I also, the one thing I do worry about on the remote only, and I just think it's something we'll have to work on, is to ensure that it's as equal to the education that we're offering the hybrid students as possible. It won't. They won't be. They're separate, and it's hard to be separate and equal. And so they're going to be it's going to be different. But I'm hoping, and you guys are all professionals, so you all know this. I don't have to say it, but if we can, as we design that we're really keeping that in mind. And I know you are, and so it should go without saying. But that's the one thing that I struggle with a bit. But we should and need to provide that option. So. So Rob, I think you wanted to say something earlier.
Yeah, so I'm with you guys on what you're saying about the need to be in school. I don't, we asked the leadership team, the principals, to put together what a hybrid model would look like. I think, I'm not sure that, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I'm not sure they told us that this is what they would think is the better plan. I think they said this is what a hybrid plan is. So it's our assumption that that is the case. And I'm not going to put them on the spot and say, is this better than the plan you put forward 2 weeks ago, in terms of if you had your druthers and you each got to choose, what would you do for your building? But I didn't hear anybody say, this is the better model. I heard them say, this is what a hybrid plan looks like.
Well, if we have doubt about that, I think we do have to ask that question, because that's the bottom line. I do want to know that. I took that to be a given as they were coming forward, but if the administrators and the superintendent think the remote plan is the better plan, I do want to know that.
That was my question earlier, in terms of the balance of what we're providing in education. So if we want to go there, then perhaps we should, because suggesting a plan is different from saying this is the best route to go.
I do feel though like we've heard from the leadership team, you know, reflecting back to us that the remote plan would be the most consistent. However, there's a trade-off. You know, the social emotional connection, and I also feel like at tonight, you know, the buck sort of also stops with us, and you know, I feel like I'm taking what the trade-offs are and also combining that with the research, you know, that has been shared with us, and the conversations that I've had with community members as well. And as a board member, standing behind kind of the plan that I am comfortable sort of putting forward. But not to get off of this topic at all, but I do think that Jim and Rob, you guys bring up a good point. There's kind of a connection there that what the plan looks like for HMS and MSS it's going to look different than the high school. And we may need to revisit as far as, does the middle high school need to start later, you know, because they're the ones who are going to need to really, as you said, Rob, tap into the synchronous teaching, and we'll have different, even from what was presented to us tonight and on the 6th, it feels like such a different beast than the elementary schools. That's just not to take it off the leadership team to answer Rob's question and Seth.
Sorry, guys.
Oh,
The August 6th presentation was 5 weeks worth of work with a back to school task force and the leadership team taking in all that information, and felt that everyday instruction at Herald was the best for literacy, and we could deliver consistently, independently, a 4 through 12 remote program with kids in the building who needed to be in the building to support parents and work, to support special education services, just to support frequent assessment. But I was here August 6th. I got, I would, and that was a conservative approach. And we've seen sustained numbers, that we've looked at. And I got all those emails and I got all that stuff. And we went back to the drawing board looking at what a hybrid, and over the last, we had a 3-hour question and answer period, and we had another meeting about it. But I understand where the community is, and I understand what an outlier the original plan that I presented was, because it was an outlier. There wasn't really a combination like that where we're AM, PM in person at K3, and then, remote with in-person support for families who needed it. So I got it, but I also got, all the feedback as well. I think the asynchronous teaching at the secondary level will increase in contact time. I think based where we are, if all goes well, I think we can manage the hybrid. I'm worried about the outliers. I'm worried about the 100-degree day. I'm worried about the 3 staff members who, for some reason, are we going to have enough subs? I'm worried about, what if we have 4 people, 2 people in the morning come to Amy Cook and say, I have a symptom, and we've got to isolate those, and we've got 2 more people here, and all of a sudden Chris and Rebecca are gowning up because we can't isolate. And so there's a lot of logistical concerns, but I think that sometimes I get swamped in the logistics of it all and not necessarily the educational pedagogical approach of it all. But do I think that we can, on September 14th, in the next 3 weeks, work with faculty and develop all the protocols and open up on a hybrid? I do. Obviously we got 3 weeks to see Rob, right? And what else is, other schools are opening and what other pieces are. But I'm glad we have the 3 weeks to work on professional development and to work on our isolation rooms, to work on our backup and our layers of staff, that what happens if Jean and Bill and Jackie or Joe, in that order, are going to have to come and support people. But the leadership team support, I didn't present a plan on August 6th that the leadership team wasn't in support of. I would not, I met with them, I talked with them individually and in groups.
No, I wasn't suggesting that, Steve. I'm saying we asked for an alternative.
You did.
And now we have that, but I'm not crystal clear if the leadership team could choose the August 6th plan versus the plan that was put forward tonight. Which would they choose?
they are willing, I don't know if I can speak for that from the superintendent, but they understand the importance of getting kids in school and will work very hard in the next few weeks to ensure that we do that safely and with high quality education. Is it better? I think some would, honestly, Rob, I think some would prefer the August 6th, but there's a cost there too, right? Because it wasn't supported by this community very much.
Jim, I know when we started this journey together back in March, we talked about being a board of consensus. And I still think that's important. And in some of our other conversations, this would all be very difficult if this group of 5 people were not people that, we enjoyed spending this time together. So I guess, maybe we put forward this, but with the caveat that if the building leadership says, we need a little bit more time to make this really work on the 14th, and if we need to start in a different way, then we leave that to those building principals and to Steve to dictate. Some flexibility, which is what I think what I heard you say, Jim, is some flexibility to how you roll it out so that I want this to be really good on the 14th. I don't want this to be we're going to make it happen because we get a date. I want it to be good.
Well, I think that is what I said, maybe not as clearly as you did. I mean, so what I heard is, implement this let's move forward with the hybrid model. And there's going to be changes in the need to adapt along the way. And so I think if the leadership team in one school, if the leadership team came back, or if one of the building principals came back and said that, in order to implement this the best way we can, here are some adjustments that we'd like to make. I can't, at least for me, I can't speak for all of you, and I don't want to. I would assume that would be something we would listen to and consider, and I'm sure support, because you're right. We don't want to implement a program that's not going to work. That wouldn't make any sense at all. And so, I have full faith and confidence in this team here, that they will do their best to implement it. And if there's struggles and challenges along the way, that they will be open and upfront and transparent and bring those forward, and we'll work through them as best we can. Because I don't think any of us here in the community is not expecting us to put a round peg in a square hole, and no one's looking to have anybody at risk or for something to be a failure. There's definitely going to be bumps along the road, and some things probably aren't going to work out as we draw them up. And that's part of life and the reality we're living in. But my hope is that we'll adjust. So I think to your question, Rob, and that's how I'm seeing this, is that in my mind, I would vote for the hybrid model that we put forward today, and then with sort of my caveat that this is adaptive management 101, and we're going to have to adaptive manage, and that's the goalpost we're going for, and some of the details along the way are probably going to change. I don't know if that helps, but that's where I'm at.
Which of course is why, as a board, we're meeting every week between now and indefinitely, I think.
The rest of our lives, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's really the purpose. I mean, if Steve comes back next week and says, Chris and Rebecca say, there are problems with synchronous learning, we're not ready to launch this on the 14th. I am certainly open to saying, all right, we can't launch this on the 14th. We're going to launch something else. So today, I think all we're trying to do is give the community some sense, and the leadership some sense of what we hope they can produce. But that's why we're meeting every week, as I understand it.
We just like your company, Seth. That was the other reason.
Yeah.
And I like yours.
You can go first.
Okay. Well, I do think that, as we get closer and closer to the 14th, and here we are feeling like we're on the verge of September, that it's really important that we do give some really specific direction to the community. I mean, I think at this point, we're all vibrating with anxiety, teachers and students alike. And I agree. As Seth said, I would be, if, Chris and Rebecca came back and said, yeah, we cannot do this, I would be fine, looking individually at the middle high school, separate from Maple Street and Harold Martin. But I do really think that, I've just dealt not even just like talked with parents who are literally crying because their anxiety and the impact that this has had on their lives has been so great, that we owe them this decision. You know, we owe them some sort of path forward.
You know, I agree with Andrea. We need to give a firm message to the community of what we want to do. You know, the thing that keeps wrapping around my head, you know, with Mandy, are we still meeting the needs of our, you know, our students with all the changes that's happened? I mean, that's important to me, making sure, you know, special ed is still going to run smoothly with our kids who are remote, who are in person. Nothing's changed yet, because that means a lot to me, you know, making sure that those kids are given their help. I guess the other thing, Steve, I didn't see it in the agenda, but any update regarding bus transportation? We had discussed, you know, looking at some additional stuff on that. Is there any update on that? You're mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I don't know how I got there. They do wash. Yes, part of their cleaning protocol is windows. So that is part of their protocol. And they're working on. I asked them to give us a price of a bus run just in case, you know, just in case there was more demand than the 24 or whatever it seats. So they have not given me the cost of a bus run, but they did further elaborate on their cleaning protocol.
So that means the cost would go down because we're not cleaning it twice a day, right? Because didn't you say once a day was $2,000, and then, I mean,
well, no, that was once a month. Once a month.
Yeah, once a month was $7,000, doing it twice a day. But if it's once a month, it's $2,000.
Well, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was one approach is simply once a month,
which was $2,000. Okay, not
a deep clean once a month of your bus, and then we're talking about every day, twice a day, but I didn't grab that numbers.
No, that's fine. I agree. I remember now.
But I did call and just to refine the cleaning protocol. I think you asked about windows, kids put windows.
Yeah. Okay.
So to move us along, I mean, so my sense of the group is that, to Rob's point, I don't know if we have 100% agreement, but it feels like we have a consensus on the hybrid model. I know, Rob, that you have concerns about timing, but I don't know that I've heard that from anyone else at this point. And so it feels to me like we're ready when we get down to that point in the agenda to move forward with an action item. And I guess I just want to test that to see if I'm reading, I guess, the table right, or the Zoom screen right. You know, and then when we get to the action item, we can discuss if there's anything else we want to include in the motion or in the discussion. But I guess I feel like we've reached a point where there's at least general consensus on a path forward. And so I guess I'm just looking for that so we can move on in the agenda, unless there's more that, you know, we want to do. And I'm not hearing any. And so, so this is an action item that we'll get to, and there's more room for conversation. We'll have a public comment in between as well, so that may also factor into some of our discussion and thinking. So if there's not anything else on this topic, I'm just going to move us along to the next item under board discussion, which is personnel. And so there's several items under this. And so maybe, Steve, I can turn it over to you to help us walk through some of these.
Absolutely. One as a result of the budget passing and having secured the budget, now we're putting forward the need for additional sections. Rob, just so you know, I didn't use plus contracts. I'm getting off that, just so you know.
Saw that.
So I'm working on it.
Saw that. Thanks, Steve.
No problem. Thank you. So we have a 10th on English. That would be an additional semester of an English section. A 5th of science is 0.2. That would be for English would be for Kate LeClaire. Science, Tyne Brand would be teaching either a chemistry class or a chemistry and physics class. And then, as we've done for Miss Megan Eason, in our art. So we added a 5th to expand our art. And those are now within the budget, and those are all set to go. So those are action items tonight. And those are just considered revised contracts. Everybody okay?
I think so.
Up next is, again, since the budget passed, Amy and Bill did a great job in securing a nominee for the numeracy specialist position. And so we're bringing forward a nominee, Jess Pinkering, for the numeracy specialist position. So how it works at this late or at this timing, because it's often that people are under contract with another district, and we work with superintendent to superintendent in trying to find an amicable way to release. You can't be under contract with 2 districts in New Hampshire, public school districts. And so they will release, working with the superintendent in Kearsarge to release Jess from her contract, and that's a very collaborative piece. And, so it's a nomination tonight pending final approval of the superintendent. And when all that works out, and then I send the notice and we engage a contract. Everybody okay?
Thank you. That's great news, and one of the benefits of having the budget pass. So thank you, guys.
So also, just to continue with the theme, now that the budget passed, we got a lot of personnel stuff. So, and you'll see every meeting now, we're going to keep working on Schedule B, which is our language, our vernacular for additional stipends. It's additional duties, so it's additional stipends for teachers. This piece is our, we're looking at our department heads, our coordinators, and our PLC team leaders. So this is to support our leadership and our administrative council and our teachers at the elementary school. Next week, we'll bring over the safety, crossing guards and all that, and playground stuff, and we'll talk about that with leadership. But you'll see us build this out as we go. There's still significant, there's a lot of questions about the Schedule B slates. For example, is math team going to actually meet, or is that going to be remote? So as more understanding of the positions in this new normal, again, those nominations will come forward. But right now it's to support the leadership at our schools, especially important as we go into professional development in the next 3 weeks. They end up being a great voice and feedback loop for us. Everybody okay? Up next, I'm actually going to turn the next one over to either to Seth, I think, or Rob to talk about the superintendent search.
Sure. So the last time that we brought this topic up, I had said that I had sent a request for proposals to I think 7 firms, and we had a deadline a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and we received 6 replies, and each of them presented a full proposal in accordance with the RFP. Rob and I went through those, and we you know, they do essentially the same kind of searches. I mean, they're definitely, you could tell from reading the various proposals that there is a general way these things flow out, but we also were able to sort of, based on the quality of the proposal, the professionalism of the proposal, as well as some, you know, add-ons that some had over others. We when we met together, having read them separately, we agreed on a couple that we thought were at the top of the heap, and we then went out in a process and both tried to talk to some school districts that had used them, as well as talk to people who would be on the teams proposed by these 2 entities. And so that's where we are. We're sort of ready to move forward on that. And then once we decide on our firm, then the next step would be to actually meet, you know, engage the firm, meet with the firm, and all of them, the first step is to meet with the board and engage with us in how you design the firm and how you design the search. So one thing that I thought was important to me was this balance between, it is our search. At the end of the day, it is the Hopkinton School Board search. But on the other hand, we are going to spend some amount of money to do this right. And so we don't just want a firm that will just say, sure, whatever you want to do, we can execute it. That's not really what we want. We want a firm that will hear us, hear our unique issues and desires and needs, and then help us, guide us to what kind of search that looks like, and then take our feedback. And so as Rob and I were talking to the firms that were, you know, clearly that we wanted to go further with, that was something that I think we both focused on as we thought about this. So so we're ready and later today to make a recommendation to the board, and then hopefully by next week we can agree. I'm sure that a question that might be asked is cost. And what's interesting is the costs run all about the same. So, you know, it's all 20,000 at the high side, maybe 14,000 at the low side. And when you start to deal with add-ons for different ones, it really comes down to not much difference when it came to cost. So like I said, there sort of is a standard. We're not the first people to ever go look for a superintendent. So, you know, for our size district, there definitely seemed to be a cost that all of these entities sort of thought was the right cost. And so we didn't find a huge variance in that way. And I'm happy to answer any more general questions about that process. And then in a non-public session, we'll go over sort of, you know, our views on the different firms.
Thanks, Seth. Any questions on that process and assessment? And we have a non-public scheduled on this under C for reputation that we can go and ask, you know, specific questions about firms, and especially the recommendation that Seth and Rob will bring forward in their conversations about them. All right.
So the last two items, we do have a resignation from HMS and the instructional assistant. That's Tina Upton. And at the same time, we have a nomination. This was the addition to the agenda. It should have been bold and underlined. And that is Caitlin Logier, who's who is a nominee for the IA position. Everybody
Any
okay?
questions? Yeah. I think so. Do we want to roll right into policy?
Sure. So we have two policies coming forward for third readings and action items. Again, the board's had a significant time to look at it. The first one is IHCD, and that's the advanced coursework, advanced placement, dual enrollment. Again, making sure that we offer these programs to all our students in our literature, as well as make sure for age groups and things like that. And the change of school or assignment manifestation of hardship, that really set forth procedures required by statute about if parents or guardians come with a compelling case, how the board would address that through the hearing process and the superintendent's role in recommending. These are required policies that were necessary to be revision under the last update.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions on those two policies on for the third reading? And if not, Steve mentioned those are action items this evening. So if everybody's ready for those. I see nodding head, so that's great. And then we have a first reading on pandemic emergency.
So so just how this developed. So the School Boards Association has a policy called EBCF, which is pandemic emergency. It's an optional, it's not a required policy, but I use that kind of language informed the mask requirement that we got some advice from council about how to apply it. So after discussions with the board and the policy subcommittee and the back to school task force and the leadership team, we were really heading into a full-time mask requirement for students and faculty on our campus. So the couple of open questions, and I appreciate Mandy's work on the, so as we discuss this as a leadership team, we want to make sure that we provide instruction and support, and if you will, almost a CDC approved covering. We're not calling masks, right? CDC approved face covering plan for kids. So some kids who are really, we're going to have to support through instruction and growth and breaks in a plan, build up their tolerance, as we know. So Mandy's going to provide some, because that's not in that, there's a little bit in there, but I think we need to expand that language a little bit more about developing a plan and supporting kids as some of our students struggle with this concept. The other piece, and Bill alluded to it during his presentation, there's still an open question. We want to close that for next week about the preschool in mask wearing. Right now, the policy lists it all the time, and Bill already looked at maybe it's during entry in school and some other where social distancing is a struggle. So We'll close that loop next week. So there is state requirements or state guidelines have about 4 or 5 different occasions where masks would be required. This is a little bit more restrictive, but it does open and put in there that teachers can provide supervised mask breaks in a safe environment. And I couldn't see that. So if there's a time where someone's teaching in a class, there's 4 kids and they're very spread around, and it's that you can say, look, while we're in our seats, let's take, we're 12, 15 feet apart. We'll have a mask break for the next 15 minutes. And Rebecca and I talked about this. There might be some students and we go for a walk outside, and because they're outside and they can be 6 or 8 feet apart, they can have a supervised mask break. So that's where we are. We did have a discussion about what would be the order of operations on if there was a violation of it. And we felt this did fall into the referral process to administration. Administration would disseminate the appropriate next stage. I'm not sure if teachers really wanted the decision about a mask and sending someone right to remote learning or that piece. That's usually administrative purview. It's part of that, but always open to listen to more. But that's where we are. So I'm not looking for this to be approved tonight, but do we have time before we come back to school?
Questions, for Steve, Andrea, or Seth, who I know worked on this, or maybe Andrea or Seth, do you have anything you want to add before we bombard you with questions?
No, I think Steve really covered it. We did have a long discussion as far as who all would be wearing masks. Would it be 4th grade and up? Because some mask policies are in schools are a little looser for the younger kids, but we just really came down to feeling like if we are going to be asking our teachers to return to the classrooms day in and day out, then it's our responsibility to help protect them by ensuring that everyone wears a mask. So that was our main line of thinking while developing this.
So I guess, I'm kind of thinking around the whole operations of the schools, even outside. For example, if we do have sports, are we going to require people on the sidelines having to wear masks if they're attending a game? Can we require people from another district? I'm just talking out loud. I'm just trying to look at many different angles. The reason I ask that, if at some point, if for some reason there is basketball down the road, and that's another topic to talk about. We don't know what's going to happen later on this year. Is that part of the process where, visitors come in here, that's considered campus. They got to wear a mask, but the field, that's not really considered campus per se, or it's more of a town thing. Can we put masks included in that? I guess that's my question for you guys.
Sure. So when we are overseeing the activity at George Park, it's a school function, school policy drives George Park. So yes, if the board wants to make a policy that when you attend games, and we had this discussion with the superintendents today. So once, if we decide to go through that, some schools may have no fans. And so what would happen is then Kearsarge or Bo would call and say, look, Dan, our policy is no fans, so please don't send any. And then it's up to them whether or not how they want to enforce that. But we would then communicate with our community saying that Bo High School has a no fan policy. Or communicate Bo High School has a fan only policy with masks. And we would communicate that, just like it's almost like when we send out directions to another school, we would send out the requirements of fans, because under the NHIA guidelines, the home school sets the fan restrictions. And our obligation is then to communicate with the other schools to make sure they know the rules. But George Park is considered a school, during a school function, it's a school property.
So it's considered a school campus?
Yep, like if, for example, I personally had to have people stop smoking at George Park in my career because it's a school function. I've gone up to people and said, nope, you're not allowed to go. Oh, it's public property. I said, nope, it's school property today. We're the landlords today. I said, it's been a while.
So the language is in the policy to cover that. Okay, all right. That's what. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
No problem. So we'll take a look at it again, revise it. Amanda, give me some language. Bill and I will close some loops. And if you have any feedback offline, please send it to me. This is still a work in progress. But I think it's a good start to at least combine some attorneys' advice and some of our culture in it as well.
So Steve, is the expectation that next week we'll have a final version, or do you think that we'll do, a second reading next week and do a third reading the following week? That would still give us time, or do you think that we'll waive a third reading, I guess?
I'm hoping that we can close, the open questions by next week and have it so we can make sure it's in our handbooks and make sure it's out, make sure we support it. So I think having it done a week, that allows us to publicize it well. So I'll send a copy to Andrea and Seth, pretty early next week, Monday-ish. It's a little busy next week because we're welcoming back staff, but I'm hoping that we can get it done.
That'd be perfect. All right, anything else on that policy? Great. So the next item is financial items. And so Steve, I bet you're on since Michelle is not with us tonight.
Happy to do it. This is another wonderful result of having a passed budget. And Michelle, being the eternal optimist that she is, before she left, she completed the DOE 25 and the MS 25 based on the budget passing. And so how fortuitous. So these are actually required by September 1. And these are documents that do require the signature, but these are state forms. This is what allows the regional comparisons through DRA or the DOE, when every school district has to funnel and classify the funding into these categories, so you can now look and compare. That's the purpose of a DOE and MS-20, a DOE 25 and MS-25, is to standardize funding from schools throughout public schools in New Hampshire. And so it actually goes back to Matt Cairns, where it's kind of funny that the person who prepares it doesn't sign it. It's the board and the superintendent. So Matt Cairns suggested, well, in the action item, it should say as prepared by Michelle Clark. And so we've adopted and continued that tradition. So Michelle gets at least credit for in the action item, though her signature doesn't go on the DOE or MS-25. And if she was here, she'd be smiling right now, just so you know. So it is an action item. I think I put that action item. Yeah, it's an action item. And then if you could come by and to the SAU office to sign in the next few days, that would be great. And thank you for all of you for going to the town hall, and Deb Gallant for doing that. That was done. That was completed as well.
Perfect. Any questions on those two forms and why we're signing them? All right, perfect. Thank you all. So I'm going to move us to the next item on the agenda, which is our second public comment. And so I see some people, I didn't need to give instructions because their hands are already up, which is great. But if you want instructions, if you move your cursor to the bottom of your screen, there is there should be a raise your hand feature. And if you click on that, then your hand will be raised and we'll call on you in the order that they come up. So the first hand that's raised is Pierre Vandenborg. You should be able to mute yourself. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, this is Pierre Vandenborg.
Yes. Hello. Thanks for
Hi. Yes. Thank you for all of this. We're really glad to see this decision matrix being generated. If we learned anything over this 2020, that these situations change fast, and we're gonna need to have a plan for how to respond to it. I do think, just kind of looking at it briefly, the decision matrix could use a little bit more scrutiny. For instance, if there's like high community spread, but no cases in the school, that's not accounted for. And on the other hand, like if you look at the northeast quadrant of the matrix, like you have 5+ cases in the school, but low community spread, we're talking about a 14-day remote versus a whole shutdown. So I don't know, I just feel like this could be like vetted a bit more. I appreciate the initial draft. And related to this, parents are being asked to choose between a in-person choice versus a remote. To what to what degree will we have flexibility to change? You know, if we're unsatisfied with like what we're seeing, or in the thresholds are not being met for, you know, like going remote, will there be an opportunity to change to full remote?
Thanks. That's a great question. And Steve, on that, have you and the leadership team thought about that? I know we've talked about it in the past, but I'm curious if you've thought about this more.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill and I actually had that discussion. I think it was either through email or in person today. We do a lot. So we'll know more once we get the registration/survey out and see what kind of capacity we have in either place. So if we are in a remote option and we're pushing the envelope of all the numbers of students that we'd have, that may have to be at the end of a quarter or end of a semester where we can group and then we can realign at a designated time. But if there is capacity, you know, if we're at 12 and then it moves to 13, then it could be a more seamless. So data is going to drive our ability to adapt and have the change midstream. Our hope is to support parents in that decision, but we have to just look at what kind of capacity we have built in or extra capacity within either model. But our hope is, I think we're small enough, and we'll know more when we get the data. Like if our original at Herald is, you know, 2 teachers and we've got 20 kids, there's more capacity there. So that could be more seamless. But if they're at 22 each and there's 10 people wanting it, we may have to wait and reshuffle and move a teacher over. So that's the predicament. So numbers will drive our ability to be flexible, but our hope is to honor and respect parents as they make decisions that's best for their most precious cargo.
And on Pierre, on your other point, I would just, and this for you and for the community, I would just say, if you look at the matrix, and I know Steve is always saying that, you know, continuous learning is always something we value and work on. If you have suggestions for how to improve that or what's missing, you know, please pass them along. Please do, because again, this is adaptive management, and if there's, you know, other ways to look at this or things that we're missing, we definitely want them included. So, you know, please send an email, give a call. We'd love to talk it through. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next hand that was raised was Adam Gilman. Adam, thanks for joining us this evening and sticking with us. You should be able to unmute your line. Adam, if you're with us, you can unmute your line. All right, so why don't we try Adam again in a few minutes. And maybe next hand was Beth Maynard. I'll make a note. Hi, Beth. If you unmute your line. There we
Hi,
go.
this is Dennis Molnar and Beth Mayland. We're a husband and wife team here at 55 Briar Hill Road. She's a doctor, and I develop drugs down in Boston, so I know the MGH folks really well. And I get really worried, Rob, I love that you're staying current, but I get really worried when we read worst case scenarios into studies that maybe aren't as projectable as they seem on their titles. So just a point on the MGH study, it was the largest pediatric COVID biospecimen repository to date. It consists of 192 children aged 0 to 22. I don't know how they get to 22 for a child. It represents only people who went to MGH urgent care ERs or were hospitalized for severe COVID symptoms. So this isn't a random sampling of people that got tested in the community. These are people that went to the hospital or urgent care centers that MGH has around Boston because they were really worried they were sick. And it turns out that only a quarter of them had COVID. And only about 27 in the age range that go to our schools. So despite being the largest one on the planet over the last 5 months, it's only got 27 people in it. And I think they found something interesting, which was only half of them presented with fever, but the other half presented with something severe enough for their parents to take them to the hospital or the ER. And I think what they found was what we already know. If you're really sick and you have symptoms, you can spread the disease. So I don't think the findings from this are that asymptomatic You can't read, there were only 3 asymptomatic COVID positives in the whole group, and they went because they went with a family member that was suspected of also being ill. But you can't read from this that asymptomatic children have really high rates that could lead to spread. There just isn't enough data on it, and there aren't enough patients to really know. I think it's certainly safe to say that if somebody has typical symptoms, remember 3/4 of these people had symptoms that could have been COVID but ended up being something else. So in cold and flu season, that's an issue. But people with severe symptoms who are ready to go to the ER or the hospital should not be showing up at school. And the reason is because they may spread something else. In fact, they're more likely to spread something else than even COVID. So it's easy to get very excited and concerned over new data that comes out. But the bottom line is that still there are very few children that have been diagnosed. There still isn't a good study on how likely asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic children are to spread. It's logical that they could, but I think what the study really suggests is that what they recommend is that schools and colleges actually try to have a testing program in mind. I realize that's maybe not in the cards for Hopkinton, but it does point to that front door and anybody with symptoms and helping usher them, whether they're staff or students, out of the school to minimize exposure. So I just wanted to clarify that these are not kids walking around healthy who are spreading it to everybody. They're very sick kids who, like sick adults, can certainly spread the disease.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. That's really helpful to know. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks. So next hand we have up is Jennifer Ackerman.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. I have a question first, which is about the flexibility piece of it, because I do think it'll matter in terms of how people answer the survey, because my answer might be very different if I had flexibility and if I didn't. So just when you're asking parents the question, just maybe think about that. But I also had a comment, which is, regardless of what one study or another says, I really want to encourage you to think seriously about, at least at the middle and high school, not delaying the start of school, but delaying the start of kids going into the building. And here's why. Because the risk, I think, in starting remotely and saying, okay, it's been 3 weeks or 4 weeks and everybody else's numbers are good, and we think it's worth trying the hybrid model right now, is that some kids, and I will tell you candidly, mine included, are going to have a really, really crappy first month. And my kids didn't do well with remote learning, so I'm not saying this lightly or glibly. The risk of starting early so kids can meet their teachers and while they go remote is that we, A, get people sick, and B, that if we open too early, we're going to start a process where we are then going to have to shut down for the semester. So I think part of what you have to look at, not just what's ideal and what would we prefer for the kids, but what is really the risk in starting remotely and saying, we're shooting to go hybrid in 3 weeks, we're going to continue to assess that. And meanwhile, we're going to look at what happens to Bo, because they're going back full time. Or whoever is like us. But, the risk on the other hand is that we go back too early, kids get sick, and then we're completely remote again, and then it's really too bad for all the kids who aren't going to do well being remote all year, all semester. And then the other thing that I was thinking of when the last caller spoke is that you had this list of symptoms. And if you have been into a building where you have to read that list, they include headaches, congestion, a runny nose, nausea, things that, my kids cycle through pretty much on a daily basis. So I think if you don't have a synchronous learning model immediately, you're going to see a lot of kids who are missing that one day of school that they get to see their teacher, and then they don't have any instruction for 2 weeks. So I think it is really important to have a synchronous day one, day two, day one, day two model, because I think you're going to see a lot of kids who are not able to go to school, even if their parents choose to let them. So that's all, and thank you for listening.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate it. Next hand is Caitlin Rollo. And I'm sorry, Caitlin, when you start, can you just state your full name and your address? I always forget to ask people to give the address. I apologize.
Sure thing. Caitlin Rollo, 1998 Hopkinton Road. And I have a question about the remote at Harold Martin. I was just wondering if it could be explained more clearly, meaning what will my child's day look like and what will her week look like?
Sure. Bill, can I ask you to go over that again briefly?
Yeah, Caitlin, I wish I could go 8 to 9, 9 to 10. A little bit of this is once we figure out who that teacher is going to be, it's sort of a combination of things. First, we have to figure out how many kids we need, and then looking at staffing, got to figure that person out. Then I can figure it out. I wish I can give you more details because I know your decision to go in person, or many people's decision to go in person or remote, is based on greater detail. I could probably work on it a little bit in the next few days. I can tell you probably what would happen would be first thing in the morning, you'd have a morning meeting. Might be half an hour, 8 to 8:30. That would be synchronous, perhaps everybody in there. Then there would probably be some asynchronous work that would already be up on the learning management system. There would be certainly over an hour of literacy, over an hour of math. There would probably be some choice time. There'd be a lunch built into there for everybody. There'd probably be another synchronous time during the day that would be small groups. Perhaps some one-on-one during each day that would be synchronous. And then at the end of the day, you'd have a closing circle, say at 2 o'clock or something like that. We try to follow the class schedule as best as possible. But greater detail, it makes sense. I mean, I've never done this before. Well, we kind of did it in the spring, but you guys did an amazing job. Your family did, but it was emergency education, as we've said tonight. So I would love to sit down with the person or persons and really work out greater detail than that. I hope that provides a little bit of detail for you, Caitlin.
It does, and I apologize. I missed the first part of the presentation. So for remote option, would it be 3 days a week or would it be 4 days a week? What would that look like?
No, it would be 5 days a week. It'd be every day. The only thing that might be a little funky as we talk about this is it's bound to be multi-age, and so the classroom teacher is going to have to figure out, the remote classroom teacher, how to balance that a little bit, because I don't see us having enough remote kids and enough remote teachers to do every grade. Hope that helps.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Caitlin, and thank you, Bill. That was very clear. Appreciate that. Let's see. Next hand is Molly Richter. Hi, Molly. You should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi there. Hear me?
You sure can.
Great. Thanks so much. I want to say a few things, but I'll try to be quick. I'll start by saying I thought the initial plan proposed on August 6th was responsible and well thought out by the task force, not just in terms of safety, but in terms of the coherence of education in the ways you've all been discussing with the logistics, especially. That said, as everyone is stating, no path forward right now is ideal or can be gamed out perfectly. And I just want to say, I think that Steve, you, the task force, the board are doing a valiant job of being responsive to the community call for in-person school by providing this hybrid option. And I hope that everyone will get behind being supportive and patient, whatever plan is implemented. For instance, as Jen was just talking about, I've been thinking about the protocol about symptoms, and I think we all just better anticipate that it's going to be really frustrating and inconvenient when our kids need to come home suddenly because of a sore throat that we're sure is allergies. It's crazy making to organize our lives this way, but I think we're going to need to accept it in order to make this work and help our kids understand this as a necessary part if they want to have an in-person school. And I hope everyone will vent at the virus and not at the schools and the administrators and you guys. I also want to suggest that, and this is really to the community, that kids being back in the building together and with teachers and staff means it's incumbent on all of us to reduce our exposures outside of school. Many kids have been getting together all summer without real distance, and that's been a family by family decision with mostly family limited risks. But if we're raising our collective risk level by deciding as a community to pool our exposure to each other by the kids being back in school, then even at 50%, it's on us to reduce our exposure levels as much as possible. Just as many of us have quarantined ourselves for 2 weeks before seeing a vulnerable family member, for instance. I think we need to take a cue from what's happening so far on college campuses, wearing masks at school, and then gathering outside of school without masks or without any real social distancing will undermine safety efforts at school. If you've been following the off-campus party situations that have been implicated in the college returns. Masks and social distancing inside a building do not provide 100% safety. And I'm so glad our risk level is low so far locally, but we can't count on that staying that way. So as kids head back to school, I just want to say, I think we all need to act as if our kids are about to see medically vulnerable loved ones the next day, because they are.
Molly, oh, thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you. Can you just give us your address for the record?
Sure. 119 Tyler Road.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for your
You're
comments.
welcome. I also, I have one logistical question.
Shoot.
When you guys were talking about how to do the synchronous, and Rebecca, I don't know if this is what you meant, but I was wondering if you guys need to keep the A and B teams alternating at the middle high school in order to stay consistent with the rest of the district. I was wondering if you guys had thought about doing day one, day two, as the way to achieve that. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just thought I'd throw that out there as my brain was trying to solve that puzzle too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So next hand is Amanda Gilman. Hi, Amanda.
Hi there. I'm sorry about the husband earlier. Children and logistics.
My wife
Huge
says that
apology.
all the time about me. It's all right.
But anyways, thank you all so very much again for entertaining this and taking the time to listen to us. And I'd like to thank the other caller, Dennis, who pointed out largely what I was going to say about that study. I very quickly read it tonight, the pediatric study, and he makes some amazing points that about the level of infection that those children had to present to the hospital. It could be well expected that they had a high viral load. So, studies are wonderful, but we definitely have to read them with caution. So thank you, Dennis, for pointing that out. Another point is a big thank you to Dan Meserve for his attempts to balance the health and safety of our athletes overall, and his thoughtfulness and advocacy here. I think it was amazing. I do encourage anyone who thinks that playing a sport in a mask is feasible to try to go through their daily run or workout wearing a mask. I did try it myself because I thought, how are people running with masks? It's not something I can do. So I encourage anyone who wants to follow up on that to test it out. And while you're doing it, remember, you shouldn't touch your face. You can't adjust your mask. You can't move it, because I submit to you that touching your mask and collecting viral load from the spit that you've collected in your mask is actually far more of a vector than the few droplets and particles that you would spit into the air and the wind as you're playing. So there's a high likelihood, and I haven't read a study on mask wearing and sport playing. I haven't looked it up, but I would submit that it's actually a risk to be wearing a mask, because you're going to be touching it and adjusting it so you can see and play. And if you have COVID, you're definitely going to have viral load on your hands, or you're going to be touching somebody else and then adjusting your mask and putting viral load on your mask. So there's risks in wearing masks if it's not properly handled. I would encourage Dan actually to reach out to other healthcare professionals, or perhaps Dr. Noble at the head of infectious disease at Concord Hospital, if he wants more guidance and reassurance on the concept of mask versus no mask in sports. And perhaps I could help facilitate that if anyone was interested. Next point, I'm sorry to say that for many families, I don't believe remote learning worked. And as Mr. Nadeau, unfortunately, my point is that we don't have any assessment to see whether it worked or not. So much of this is anecdotal and families saying that it didn't work. And for some teachers and students, they say that it did work. But as a parent of an incoming 5th grader, a grade that was already relatively behind grade level before COVID, I can assure you that many of them, and I talk to many parents, are even further behind now. So for me, the risks of not going back to in-person far outweigh the risk of COVID. You know what I'm trying to say. The benefit of going back outweighs the risk of COVID.
There you go.
Thank you. So with that said, COVID is going to spread. And so again, I encourage everyone, board people, members of the community, to readjust your frame of mind, because it is not the educational facility's responsibility to prevent the spread of COVID. It is going to spread. We are going to do what you are going to do what you can to mitigate it, but your job is to educate primarily first. And as educators, you cannot expect or be expected to stop the spread. It's a community effort here, but as educators, we do expect you to do the best you can in educating our students. And so we should all know that it is going to happen. People are going to get it, and most likely we will go remote, and that's okay. But the benefits of starting in person, personally, I think, and medical community believes that the benefits of in-person instruction outweigh the risks. So the last thing quickly, in listening to the many problems or challenges that you guys, the administration has all brought up in regards to the hybrid model and loss of learning time, logistics, difficulties there, I'm left wondering, what barriers are there to actual full return to in-person learning? Because that would alleviate a lot of the logistics. Can anyone speak to?
Yeah, I mean, I can do it very briefly, and others can probably do it better. But if we want to keep the guidelines around social distancing, we can't. The facilities are a limitation there. That there's probably more, but that's the one that comes to mind immediately.
Okay, so I guess that leads me to how other communities are managing to do it with social distancing.
And we've talked about this before. So we're trying to do the 6 foot. That's what the CDC recommendations are. Other districts are assessing their risk differently, and one, they have different facilities than we do, and I can't speak to the facilities in other districts. And two, they're not using the same guidelines. They may be using 3 foot guidelines rather than 6 foot as they're preparing their schools in their day.
Okay, so when you say guidelines, so the CDC recommends 6 feet with no masks, and if less than 6 feet, 3 masks must be worn. So, but you're going for a belt and suspenders look here, is what I'm guessing. Like you're doing 6 feet and mask wearing.
That's right. That's the strategy we're using moving forward. Yep. Okay,
so I just encourage the board to consider moving as we move forward. What if things don't get worse? Is there any chance to go full in, start hybrid and possibly head in the full in direction for a month, and then in November? So it was just a thought, just that I don't want it to be left by the wayside, that it's something we can't do, because 3 feet and mask wearing effectively reduces the spread.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, okay. and we did talk about that. So Steve did mention, the board's going to look at the assessment at each of our meetings, and I think over time, if things are pointing in that direction, the board can make a decision that we could increase the student population. So the decision matrix goes in 2 ways. Appreciate
constant
it.
Reassess. Yes, the reassessment is all I'm asking for, and I appreciate that you all will do that. Thank you.
And before I lose you, I know you spoke about your husband, and he's still on my list. Does he want to come over and speak, or
he's tucking children in? So okay. I think we'll have to. I'll have him raise his hand again if need be. But thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Amanda.
Bye.
Hey, Jim, can I jump in here for a quick second?
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks, because this study has been brought up twice now, and I certainly respect Dennis and Beth and Amanda's view on it, but I do want to read the conclusion that was written, and just so people are clear that this is the conclusion. Word for word says, this study reveals that children may be a potential source of contagion in the pandemic in spite of milder disease or lack of symptoms, and immune dysregulation is implicated in severe post-infections. That's the conclusion from the study. So my point in bringing it up is that we are learning more about this, and that is what is stated in the Journal of Pediatrics.
Perfect. So next up is Melissa White.
Great, thank you for your time. So I wanted to just commend the administration. I really feel like this plan that has been put forth is a very balanced plan. I think it balances the needs of the community and providing the necessary instruction, in classroom instruction that students need, as well as providing a very solid remote option for families that choose that option. Thank you for creating a plan that is not reliant upon VLAX or other sources to provide instruction for our kids. I think that is really important to point out, that this plan is different from other school districts in that they're choosing to use VLAX for their remote, and you are not, and you're going through all the hard work and trouble to figure out how to support our students that are choosing that in remote instruction. So that kudos to you and thank you for doing that. For the families that choose to go in for in-school option, we understand the risk that we are taking and sending our students in. As a teacher and as a person that goes into work every day, I understand the risk that I'm taking and going into work every day. And thank you for providing the option of remote for the people that are not able to take that risk or are concerned about taking that risk. I feel that the hybrid option provided today provides more hours of instruction for our students than the half-day option. And I commend the focus K-5 on the core content areas of literacy and mathematics. And I think that I have every confidence that teachers will be able to provide support and instruction in the other content areas, social studies, math, social emotional, and science, social studies, and those other areas, arts. I believe that they'll be able to do all that. But I think the focus on the core of literacy and mathematics is great. And I appreciate you doing all of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And
I'm sorry, 119 Country Club Road.
You beat me to it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the comments. Next up is Jennifer Blagriff. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi. I just wanted to thank everyone for looking at this new plan. I think it sounds like a good plan to start off with, and then it allows the option to go either way, and kids will be exposed to being in class if we can go to class more, and they'll also be exposed to remote if we need to go full remote. My one question is, I guess, more for Bill. I believe that Dreambox was one of the programs that was cut from the budget. I do believe that Dreambox and other computer adaptive learning programs could be a real value here for the K-3 learner. Personally, this summer, because we've just been really following the social distancing guidelines, we have been home way more than we ever have in the summer. So I do have my daughter who's going into kindergarten and my daughter who's going to third, doing Lexia, which is a computer adaptive reading program, which is a very evidence-based program. And then I also have them both doing Dreambox. I have my son who's going to 6 doing Lexia Power Up program, which is for the older struggling reader. So anyway, just on a personal note, those programs I have found really beneficial, really evidence-based, and the kids all are willing and enjoy doing those much more so than many of the remote learning stuff that we had going on at home in the spring. So I just wanted to know if those types of programs had been looked into, if Dreambox is definitely cut. So that's kind of my question.
A great question. Just this week, I had an email discussion with some teachers. It just asked, if we had, X amount of programs and money to spend, which one would you want? And Lexia was one, perhaps Dreambox, Pioneer Valley, some other online programs that a lot of people know were free back in the spring because, these companies were, giving free options, hoping that you would sign up. Now that we actually have a budget, I think it's a discussion point I need to have with perhaps Steve and Michelle and my colleagues. Dreambox is good software. It really is, and we've had it for many years. So it would be good to bring it back, but I can't promise that right now. But I appreciate the endorsement, though, Jen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for looking. Yeah, thank you very much for looking into those. And yeah, the Lexia one I think is definitely worth the district looking into.
Thank you,
Got it.
Jennifer.
Thank you.
Appreciate
And I
the
think
comments.
during the budget process, we talked about moving that to some grant money as well.
Okay.
So I will double check, but I don't think it's hopeless, Jen, at all.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
So next hand up is Jeremy Freitas.
Thank you all. Thanks for all these long hours. I know it's been a lot. And I know you guys, nobody understood what they were getting into when they actually got voted in. So thank you really for sticking with it. I have a question, and it's sincere. Mr. Nato, are you here to represent the taxpayers of this town, or do you represent the teachers union? I'm just unclear on that.
Sure, I am here to represent everyone who lives in the town of Hopkinton.
Okay.
Taxpayers, teachers, children, students, yourself.
Okay, I was just unclear about that.
I'm going to keep going a little bit because I'm glad you asked that question. I'm surprised somebody hasn't asked it sooner. It may appear that way at times, but I think that, is a function of my life's work. So, but please don't misconstrue it that I'm here to represent just teachers, but I am here to offer a teacher's perspective. So it may sound like that at times. But no, I come to coffee at the gazebo on Wednesday and we can have a longer conversation about it. I'd love to talk to you about it. Thank you.
Not a problem. I will do that. It would have to be after or before business hours. So if you can accommodate that, I will be there. I'm genuine about that. What time?
Coffee at the gazebo is 7 to 8:30 Wednesday mornings.
All right, I will be there. You have my commitment on that.
Sounds good.
So I just say that because, scientifically speaking, 192 people with all the cases of COVID, it's not a really good number. If it were a really massive number and we could really construe some things, and also it just hasn't had a lot of time to be vetted, I have concerns over it. Okay, that's all I'll say. And also, if there were a genuine concern about that, my family, we haven't been fortunate enough to go on vacation at all this summer. And that's just our circumstance. I guess it's not a woe is me story, but I also wouldn't feel really comfortable leaving the state to go on vacation. And so it just seems contradictory, the actions versus the concern and that you've raised in these meetings. So I guess, it's just, if we can all just move about the country and go to vacation land or here and there, it makes me scratch my head a little bit where we've been on, lockdown, as many has shared concern in this community. Like, this is a community effort. We're all responsible to one another to do our very best to, limit. My folks are in Florida. They've been in Florida all summer. They come back every single year except for this year. And so there's sacrifices that are being made amongst those of us in the community who are being genuine. And I'd ask anybody who, has gone wherever, just to reconsider, especially as we enter the school year, as others have said on this call, that, we are entering into this as a community. So, and for those who are not so affected by this, you're hearing probably a high percentage of people who are families with young children in the school system. If you don't have young kids, you're not on these calls. I mean, but we need to communicate that with the other, people in our community who aren't exposed to these calls, that it is really a community effort. And I really do believe in one another, that we can be responsible and that we can have that, share that level, that burden to one another. I have more faith in the common man, and that your interests and my interests are actually mutually aligned. So I guess I've just put that call out there to the community. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can you state your name again? I'm sorry,
Yep.
not your name. I got your name.
Yep.
Can you state your address? I apologize.
We have coffee here at about 5 in the morning, 56 Old Henniker Road.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll need some coffee tomorrow morning. So maybe I can have a good night. Appreciate it. Let's see. Catherine Matteo. Good evening, Catherine.
Hi, good evening. I'm Catherine Matteo, 108 Park Ave. I think this is a question for Amy Doyle. Am I allowed to ask a question to her?
Well, you're allowed to ask a question, so go for it.
Okay. So I'm in a situation where we're probably going to have to do full remote, and my son is really excited that he was moving up with his 4th grade teacher to have his 5th grade teacher. So I just like to help us make a decision, to balance him and me and my working situation. Would he not have his teacher that is currently assigned if he's going to do full remote? I think that's what I got out of that plan.
Amy, do you mind? Okay, sorry.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't know that Mrs. Short, I think, is who your son has.
Correct.
She's fabulous, and I can see why he would want to continue with her. I don't know right now, to be honest with you, who the remote teacher will be. As Steve has said, that we still have to see the number of students that will elect the remote option. But as soon as I know that information, Catherine, I'll reach out to you personally to let you know.
Okay, thank you. And I have one other follow-up question, because I'm not sure if this was covered. So they usually go to Rhode Island once a month to see their dad and grandmother. And I didn't know if you guys have rules about, do they have to quarantine for 2 weeks when we get back? So if he was doing in school, would he have to be remote for 2 weeks after coming back from another state?
It's a good question. And Steve, I don't know if we've gotten that far in sort of our...
I think the guidance right now is quarantine out of New England. I think that's what I last read, but that's a question that I talk with the nurses. That's why I like having nurses around. But I think that's the guidelines outside of New England. There is some funky exceptions for teachers to opening school, but I think as a rule, it's outside of New England.
Okay, so Rhode Island would be okay then.
And well, right. And we're I know that the district's going to have the questions and sort of the guidelines, and so I think that will be coming out in the next couple. I don't know when that's going to come out, Steve, but it'll come out before the start of school anyway. So there'll be some guidance there on what those questions are. So I don't want to say it's definitive, but I think Steve's right. That's generally the guidance that we're getting now from DHHS and others.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Masters.
Maybe she's one of our nurses, so maybe.
Oh, well,
she's
there you go. Perfect. Nicole, thank you for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
To answer the previous caller's question, one has to quarantine for 14 days if they have been outside of New England. So Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, Maine, and New Hampshire.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
So I nailed it. For the
You
record,
did
I
nail
nailed
it. That's pretty good. No, yes, you did.
Confirmed,
Steve, you nailed it.
confirmed by Nicole. So there we go.
So I believe, nope, I'm wrong. I don't believe anything. Danae Belt. Hold on one second. There we go. Thanks for joining.
Hi. Again, thank you all for all of your hard work. I really appreciate all of you working so hard to figure everything out for us. I would like to voice my support for the synchronous learning for the middle school, high school. I feel like it will be a more complicated system. I can't even imagine everything you guys are going through to try to coordinate a middle school schedule and a high school schedule and all of the lunches and social distancing and all of that. My middle schooler would really, really love to come back to school. But I do think that especially with as flu season, cold and flu season starts hitting, and this kind of hits the HMS Maple Street School as well, is that as these occur, as people start having cold and flu symptoms, obviously if my kid has sniffles, I'm going to keep them home. But as a nurse, I'm not going to take them to the doctor and have a COVID sample if they don't have further symptomology. I'm going to check their pulse ox home. I'm going to check their temperature. I'm going to monitor all of that. I'll quarantine them until their symptoms are fine. But I'm not going to take them in and have a COVID test. And so I think that that's where we have to also look at how our learning works, and with the HMS and the MSS, and how are these kids going to flux in and out of learning when, okay, parents are keeping them home to keep everybody else safe as well, going, I'm 99% sure it's a cold symptom. However, I'm going to keep them home because I want to make sure it's a cold symptom. How are we going to keep, how is learning going to be congruitous, during that time? So I like the synchronous learning because then I could just have her learn from home at the Maple Street level, at the HMS level. We'll figure it out. I don't really know. But I just wanted to support that. I love the mask policy that you guys have that I've looked at. And thank you guys for everything that you're doing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the comment. Can we just get your address? I apologize.
Yes, sorry, 968 Clement Hill Road.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that that was the last hand raised. And I say that, and then another hand comes up. So Julie, hold on one moment. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. I'm Julie Belty, 152 Westridge Circle. And I just wanted to make a couple brief comments. The reference to the Journal of Pediatrics article has really got the healthcare providers in the community riled up. So I wanted to agree with what Dennis and Beth had said and what Amanda had said. There are many, many of us in the community who have taken courses in interpretation of medical research. So I just ask you guys, if you do not have that expertise, please feel free to tap into us. When these headlines come out in this new research, feel free to come to Amanda, myself, the Malins. There's a whole variety of physicians and advanced practice providers. I've been a nurse practitioner in this community for 15 years. I'm happy to go over that and sort of tell you my advice on whether it's a good study or a bad study. The study referenced tonight is not a great study. It is very biased. It had a very small sample size. It just can't, these kind of headlines can't be brought into our decision making. So as they come up, I just ask you to use your resources in the community to go through these sort of, things before putting them out there in your decision making. I'm really happy about what's being recommended for the hybrid model. I'm excited that my kids will get to meet their teachers. And I would just add in, let's not wait. Let's get them back in school as fast as possible where our numbers are 0, because they're gonna go up. We're gonna get into cold and flu season, and we're gonna start getting COVID-like symptoms when influenza starts coming back. So let's get them going, even if it's for a week or 2 weeks before we start heading into flu season. We had our experience, like Andrea said, with the spring. We know how to do remote, so let's just get them back and get going. And those were my comments tonight, and thank you all so much. You're the hours you've put into this. I mean, I'm exhausted just by listening to these meetings, and I have like nothing to do with the decision making. So I just really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for your comment. And let's see, Amber Spofford. Hi, Amber.
Hi, can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay, so again, I want to say thank you for this beautiful plan that you guys have laid out for us. Even though ideally I would love to see my kids go back to school full time, I completely understand kind of taking this approach, which I think is a careful one and very well thought out. As a member of the medical community, I do want to echo some of the things that have been done, and I don't want to focus on one study. I think that we all know that COVID is a very infectious disease. There's a very high rate of asymptomatic patients and people out there. And nobody is minimizing the fear that we have. But like I said in our first meeting, all the decisions that we make have to be evidence-based, and we have to rely on people, public health officials that are giving us guidance about what to do. We're not sending our kids into schools without protection. We're going to provide them masks. We're going to give them physical distancing. Teachers are going to be wearing shields. We've seen this in the medical profession over the last few months. We practiced telemedicine for a good 2 months exclusively, and then we went back to clinics and we screened everybody with temperatures, and we took all these symptom logs, you know, and it was very weird to wear a mask and an N95 and a shield and gown and gloves. But now, and it was weird for me and it was weird for my patients, but now it's an everyday occurrence, and I feel uncomfortable when I'm not wearing my shields, and my patients don't feel uncomfortable. Everybody's wearing masks. We prepped patients for that before they come to the appointment. So I think this is all things that we can do as a community to prepare our kids for a really successful reopening. And I agree that the longer we delay, I think the longer we're delaying the inevitable. And we're going to be struggling with flu season this year, as flu clinics are going to be running very differently than they have ever been in the past. People are not going to want to come in to do flu vaccines, because the way that flu clinics are run is bringing a bunch of people together and vaccinating one after the other. We're not going to be doing that in the medical field. Is going to be struggling with that. So please take all of these considerations in your decisions. I appreciate that people are nervous about this disease, and it's a very scary thing. But I think that the majority of people in the medical field, and for sure public health officials, feel that this is the right time and the safe time to bring our kids back to school.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you for the comments. Really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thanks.
All right. So I believe there's no more hands raised. And so I am going to close the public comment for this evening. Thanks to everybody. Thanks, everybody. I say that no more hands are raised, but I see Norm and Goopel's hands raised.
Yeah, I want to wait for you to close it before I said something. So real quickly, we're sending kids back to school. I just wanted to address this board. It's my understanding that we're meeting in person next time, based on the agenda. Is that still the plan?
Based on what agenda, Norm?
Based on the agenda, it says our next board meeting is September 4th.
The next board meeting is the 27th.
Yeah.
We're meeting every week.
Yeah, so sorry about that, Norm, getting you all excited about that. That was just the traditional one would have been, so I apologize.
No, it's fine. Because I wanted the community to know we're not going to be on Zoom if that was the case, if we were meeting in person. So
yeah, I think in August we're still going to go Zoom right until the first meeting in September we talked. So I apologize, Norm. That's my fault. That
okay.
I wasn't clear on that. We'll fix it.
Yeah, and we should, next on the 27th, we should have a conversation about how we want to manage how we want to manage the meetings, use Zoom. So that should be an agenda topic on the 27th.
Okay, just want to touch base. Sorry to throw it at you guys.
No, you were very excited. That was great.
Yeah, I get to see you guys. No, it's just...
Perfect. Okay. So we're gonna move on to action items, unless anybody else has anything they want to bring up. All right. Perfect. So the first action item, is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the 2020-2021 beginning of school plan subject to continual review?
So moved.
I'll second, but I have a question about it.
That's
so
perfect. It's a perfect time to ask a question.
Great. So as presented, I don't know, are we approving it exactly as it was presented to us tonight or with some caveats? You know, because I think I would really prefer a plan that has synchronous teaching at the middle high school level, and that's not what was presented to us.
So I think that's a good amendment.
Okay.
No, I think
Amended.
that's good. Norm, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I thought that was understood, that we had all agreed that's what we were looking for in the.
It was, but it wasn't as presented. So I do think we
Okay, then I apologize for.
don't apologize.
Yeah.
Andrea, what can we say that the goal is to be synchronous, which allows
Yeah.
for some transition?
Absolutely. I'm flexible like that.
Anybody else?
No. And continual review means we will be reviewing it weekly until the end of time.
I don't know about the end of time, but
Feels like it. Forever and ever. Okay, great. I just wanted to make very clear what exactly we are telling the community that we are hopefully moving forward with tonight.
Perfect. So let me repeat what I think the motion was, and then if people are comfortable with it, then I'll just ask Norm. I think you made the motion, right? Maybe not. Maybe it was Seth. And then just to make sure we're all comfortable. So what we're going to move forward with the plan as presented tonight, with a goal of synchronous teaching at the high school, for lack of a better term. And that's my understanding. That's my understanding of what was present. Well, at least what we discussed in Andrew, your question. And so I just want to make sure that's what people are comfortable that we're voting on, especially those who made the motion in the second.
With the start date of September 14th.
That's correct.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Make sure that that's a clear. Okay.
Can you read it once more for me?
I can't read it, but I can at least try to ad lib what I said. The motion is for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the 2020-2021 beginning of school plan as presented, with the goal of synchronous teaching at the high school.
And that's the middle school as well, right?
The middle high school, yeah.
Middle high school, HMHS.
What about, do we have to add in about reviewing the policy, Jim, for that they've asked for?
we'll take care of that.
Subject to continual review, yeah.
Okay, all right, good, all right. Thank you.
Does that work for folks?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm comfortable with my second.
Okay, perfect. And Steve, that works for you in terms of direction? You understand?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Any more discussion? All right. So Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, a cautious yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. I like the cautious yes, Rob. All right, good job, everyone. Everyone, I mean that. All right, is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to award a revised contract, an additional 0.2 FTE to HHS art teacher Megan Eason?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to award a revised contract an additional 0.1 FTE to HHS English teacher Kate Leclerc?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to award a revised contract, an additional 0.2 FTE to HHS science teacher Stingen Brand?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's nomination of Jessica Pickering, numeracy specialist, Hopkinton Elementary Schools for the 2020-2021 school year, pending final approval of the superintendent of schools?
So moved, excitedly.
Second. Excited.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Excited Andrea, how do you vote?
Andrea Folsom is a yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel is a yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's nomination of the Schedule B nomination slate as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the superintendent's recommendation to accept Harold Martin School Instructional Assistant Tina Upton's resignation effective August 20th, 2020?
So moved, and a big thank you to Tina.
Second, and a double thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the superintendent's nomination of Caitlin Lozier, instructional assistant, HMS, 2020-2021 school year, pending final approval of the superintendent of schools?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve policy IHCD, advanced coursework, advanced placement courses, dual enrollment?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve policy JEC, change of school or assignment, manifestation of hardship?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to sign the DOE-25 as prepared by Michelle Clark, Business Administrator?
So moved. Thanks, Michelle.
Second.
Any discussion? Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
And Rob?
Rob Nato, proxy for Matt Cairn, says yes.
Jim O'Brien is a yes. Excuse me. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to sign the MS-25 as prepared by Michelle Clark, Business Administrator?
So moved. Double thanks to Michelle.
Running out of steam, second.
Guys are doing great. Any discussion? Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Just make sure we go by the SAU office to sign those in the next few days would be great. I must say one of the hardest jobs so far as being chair is reading through the whole list of motions. And so I appreciate your patience. And so we do have a need for a non-public session this evening. And so I'd ask if there is a motion to enter into non-public session for the discussion of matters per RSA 91A, :3, Roman 2, A for personnel, and C for reputation.
So
We do have
moved.
a student issue as well that came up yesterday, a student issue, but that's reputation. So I think
So it would be two for reputation. Okay, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
So there was a motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
There we go. Perfect. So Andrea?
Oh, Andrea Folsom, yes. Sorry.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes. We're just tired, Jim.
I think we're running out of steam. No,
Yeah.
Seth?
Yes.
You have to say your name, Seth.
Seth A-frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is yes. So for the board members, you should have an email link in your inbox for the non-public session in your SAU inbox. I will say thank you to everybody for sticking it out. It is 10 o'clock and I really appreciate it. I know these days and these meetings are long, especially for our leadership team. They're long for everybody, but they are also long for our leadership team members. So thank you all, and thanks for all the great work in answering all the questions posed at you guys tonight. We really appreciate it. And if there's nobody who wishes to object, I will adjourn our meeting for tonight, and we're back at it in a week. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you.
Non-public in 5 minutes?
Yep, if you want to take a few minute break, grab your pizza for dinner, and then we can meet in 5 minutes.